Good morning, everyone. IT, will you please confirm that we are now video streaming?
Yes.
Thank you. We are on the record and video streaming. I call this evidentiary hearing to order for docket number 23 CONS 3080 CUIC in the matter of the application of Merit Energy Company, LLC, for a permit to authorize the injection of salt water into the Morrow Formation at the WMSU number 1602 well in section 32, Township 34 South, Range 41 West, Morton County, Kansas. I'm Susan Duffy, Chair of the Commission, and I will serve as the presiding officer for this hearing. I'm joined by my fellow commissioners, Dwight Keene and Andrew French. Let's start with entries of appearance, and I'll start with the operator.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. This is John Schlatter of the Morris Lang Law Firm on behalf of applicant Merit Energy Company.
Very good. Staff?
Good morning, Chair Duffy, and thank you, Commissioners. Kelsey Marsh on behalf of Commission staff and the public generally.
All right, very good. Does staff have any recommendation regarding the notice of hearing?
Yes, notice of the hearing in this docket was contained in the presiding officer's May 22nd order setting evidentiary hearing for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, beginning at 9:00 a.m. via the Zoom video conferencing platform. The presiding officer's order was properly served on the parties. I would also note that applicant's counsel and witness are in attendance today. Additionally, applicant published notice of the evidentiary hearing in the Wichita Eagle and Elkhart Tri-State News on May 25th, 2023, in compliance with KAR 82-3-135. Therefore, staff believes notice is proper and that the commission has the jurisdiction to hear this matter at this time and place.
Very good. Are there any objections to notice? Hearing no objections and based on staff's recommendation, I find that notice is proper and that the commission has jurisdiction over this proceeding at this time and place. We'll move to preliminary matters and then we'll discuss procedure during the hearing. First, we are conducting this matter over Zoom, and sometimes things can go awry. If parties encounter a technical issue, please ask to go off the record. We'll resolve the technical issue and go back on the record. Second, witnesses, please keep your microphones off or muted when you're not testifying. And if everybody would mute their cell phones, phones in their offices, all the other electronic devices that you have. And third, so that parties are aware, if the commission needs to consult among ourselves, we'll go to a breakout room and we'll go off the record at that point. And then we'll discuss the item, return from the breakout room and go back on the record. Finally, as we are meeting by Zoom, be very careful to identify exactly what you're referring to when discussing pre-filed testimony and filings. We have copies of everything, so we should be able to follow along. Do parties have any other preliminary matters that you would like to take up at this time?
None from applicant.
Very good. Okay, in regard to the procedure for the hearing, parties are allowed to make opening statements, and after opening statements, we'll move into the examination of witnesses. After the direct examination of each witness, there'll be an opportunity for cross-exam, commissioner questions, and redirect. Any further examination will be at the discretion of the commission. Following witness examination, parties will make closing statements and arrange for the filing of post-hearing briefs if necessary, and then we will conclude the hearing. All right, we're going to move to opening statements, and we'll begin with Mr. Schlatter, and I anticipate that each opening statement will not exceed 15 minutes. Good morning, Mr. Schlatter.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Duffy, and thank you, commissioners. So before the commission today is Merit Energy's application to amend injection well permit E 12,571 to include the WMSU 1602 well as a duly completed Morrow injector and producer from the Greenwood gas zone, specifically the Topeka formation, which you'll be hearing a lot about, and the Wabanzi, which is above it. The WMSU 1602 is the same well as the Pearson C2. It would be reclassified as the WMSU if included in the Will Burton Morrow stand unit, which is what WMSU stands for. I may refer to it throughout as just the well or the subject well, just for the sake of brevity. The Will Burton Morrow sand unit, the WMSU, was formed in 1965 by City Services. It is a highly successful Morrow water flood. It's made more than 11 million barrels of oil and 18 billion cubic feet of gas. After 55 years of being in production, in 2022, it still made 60,000 barrels of oil and 45 million feet of gas. So it's still a very viable formation for production, and it is something that's been extraordinarily successful, and Merit believes it can continue to be successful. The Pearson C2, or the well, is also a successful gas well. It's made almost 1 billion cubic feet of gas from the Greenwood gas formation since it was recompleted in 1989. And as mentioned before, it's currently producing from the Topeka and the Wabanzi at the rate of about 47 MCF a day. Merit's objective through this application is actually quite simple. It would like to continue to maximize its existing Greenwood gas production while also using the well in the Will Burton Morrow sand unit to promote oil production. And this is best done by duly completing the well. After nearly 6 decades of oil production and 3 decades of gas production, these particular formations are depleted to the point where it's not economic to drill a new well or to twin a well. The only way to use this well in both zones is to duly complete it. The cost of drilling is too high. So dual completion is expressly allowed by commission regulations. These regulations were thoughtfully drafted, and I think this is evidenced by the fact that the risks inherent in dual completion are affirmatively addressed throughout the regulations, specifically through some additional testing. Under KAR 823-401B, dual completion is allowed just the same as any other wells allowed to be permitted as an injection well, subject to 2 additional conditions. 1, the producing interval is above the injection interval, which is no dispute that's the case with this application. And 2, the well demonstrates mechanical integrity above the producing interval. And I don't think there's any dispute that if this application were granted, it would be conditioned on Merit demonstrating mechanical integrity above the Topeka and possibly above other formations. Notwithstanding that the regulations allow for it, staff is objecting to the application being granted. I think the evidence today will show that these concerns are misplaced for several reasons. 1, some of the concerns would operate to straight right the ability to duly complete a well out of the regulations, which can't possibly be the commission's intent because there are regulations that allow for it. The regulations themselves specifically provide for additional periodic testing. This is done through fluid monitoring and reporting aimed at addressing the very concerned staff raises. So the regs already contemplate these risks and have already prescribed methods to monitor, test, and account for them. And I think lastly, a lot of the concerns are either demonstrably baseless or really just kind of rank speculation. So each concern may fit under one of 3 of those categories, but I think all of them fall under 1. Now, Merit has gone out of its way to accommodate staff's concerns. It's offered to conduct a conventional pressure test from the top of the Morrow all the way to service, just to satisfy staff that there is solid casing integrity, not just above the perforated formation as the regs required, but even above the injection interval that will be, protected with a packer. Merit's offered to conduct a cement bond log to demonstrate that there is cement across the injection interval, the producing interval, and from the producing interval all the way up to protect fresh water in the zones at issue in this docket, and has even offered to conduct additional integrity tests, including a radioactive tracer test that would show that the injected fluids will remain confined to the Morrow formation. I'm not sure what else Merit could actually do to satisfy staff. I mean, it's offered to do take every measure possible to demonstrate that this well can be duly completed and safely duly completed. The result of staff's objection to this application and the application being denied would undeniably result in the waste of gas resources from the Greenwood field if that formation had to be plugged off to allow injection of the Morrow, or waste of oil reserves from the Wilbert and Morrow sand unit if the well could not be used in enhanced recovery. This is in direct contravention to the Commission's mandate to prevent waste. Moreover, and I think something that's kind of getting lost in all of this is Merit has no interest in destroying its own well. It has no interest in causing its well to break, causing the producing formation to flood out, requiring, if the casing broke, the well might have to be plugged. Merit has no interest in conducting a haphazard operation. It didn't become the leading producer in the state by engaging in haphazard operational activities. Its own daily monitoring, its pumper reports, its meter reports, would show if any of these issues are occurring, even notwithstanding the additional testing requirements. If gas production went to zero, that would be identified immediately. If the fluid went from 3 barrels a day to 100 barrels a day or whatever it might be, that would immediately be noticed. There are plenty of mitigating measures in place to prevent the speculative and sort of outrageous catastrophes that staff is forecasting from happening. I think it's important to note too that staff openly acknowledges that the proposed construction of the wellbore, this dual completion, presents no threat to fresh water. We're merely talking about what could and maybe might happen in the producing formation or the injecting formation. So in closing, I think the application should be granted. The regulations allow for it. Merit's application addresses all prescribed conditions and requirements and has agreed to satisfy the minimum ongoing testing requirements to obtain a permit, and has actually offered to do more than the regulations require to demonstrate the integrity of this wellbore.
Thank you, Mr. Schlatter. Mr. Marsh, please.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. May it please the Commission. Merit Energy Company has filed an injection application requesting dual completion to inject into the Morrow formation while simultaneously producing from the Topeka and Wabunsee formations at the subject well. Staff denied this application via a letter sent to the applicant on August 8th, 2022, due to multiple concerns and issues that staff has with the application. The main issues appear to be the well construction present in the subject well and the corrosive nature of the Topeka and Morrow formations. Mr. Schlatter in his opening said that he believes that the Merit has complied with all the regulations, and respectfully, staff disagrees because the well is not continuously cemented from the producing formation to the injection formation, and staff has discussed that in its pre-file testimony. And I'm sure that also will be discussed in further detail today. These issues, among others, are described, or excuse me. Yes, these issues, among others, are described in further detail in the pre-file testimony of Kenny Sullivan and Todd Bryant, as I previously stated. Mr. Sullivan is a professional geologist and supervisor of the district where the subject well is located. Mr. Bryant is supervisor of the Commission's underground injection control and production departments and the geologist assigned to the application. Based on the issues discussed in their testimony and applicant's inability to resolve those issues to staff's satisfaction, staff believes that it has acted within its discretion in denying the application and respectfully request that the commission support staff's decision to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. We're ready to proceed to the examination of witnesses. Mr. Schlatter, you may call your witness.
Unmuted there. Thank you, Chair Duffy. Applicant calls Mr. Nicholas Lahusky.
Good morning, Mr. Lahusky. I'm going to swear you in. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay, Mr. Oh, sorry.
go ahead, Mr. Schlatter, please.
Thank you. Mr. Lahusky, could you please state your name for the record?
Hello, my name is Nicholas Lahutsky. I go by Nick Lahutsky.
And for whom are you testifying in this proceeding and in what capacity?
I am testifying representing Merit Energy Company in the capacity as a senior reservoir engineer and the technical staff member at Merit Energy that submitted the application to dual complete the subject well.
And Mr. Lahutsky, did you cause to have direct testimony consisting of 9 pages of questions and answers and exhibits identified as exhibits M1 through M8 to be pre-filed in this docket?
Yes.
And did you also cause to have rebuttal testimony consisting of 8 pages of questions and answers and an exhibit identified as exhibit M9 to be pre-filed in this docket?
Yes.
Have you recently reviewed the testimony you pre-filed in this matter?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any corrections to the testimony you pre-filed?
Yes, there is a single correction. Let me find it.
I believe you're at page 6, line 22.
Yes, that is correct. So on
testimony.
On page 6, line 22, referencing the subject well, in regards to its corrosiveness, I was speaking that it had been producing since the Topeka in 1985 is the number I wrote down. That is incorrect. It was recompleted to the Topeka in 1989. So that correction needs to be changed from 1985 to 1989.
Okay, thank you. So for purposes of the record, Mr. Lahusky's pre-filed direct testimony at page 6, line 22, the year 1989 should be inserted in replacement of 1985.
Correct.
And then I believe in your rebuttal testimony at page 8, line 3, the word not should be inserted between the word should and the phrase be summarily avoided, such that it reads should not be summarily avoided. Is that correct?
Correct.
Subject to these corrections being reflected, I would move to admit the pre-filed direct and pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Nicholas Lahutsky.
Okay, any objections?
No objections.
It's so ordered. Thank you. All right,
Or I would submit this witness for a cross-examination.
very good. We're going to begin with commissioner questions, and I will start with Commissioner Keene. Good morning, Commissioner Keene.
Yes, good morning. Morning, Mr. Lahusky.
Good morning, Commissioner Keene.
How many dual completion wells of similar construction to the proposed well in this docket does Merit operate?
Merit does not operate within the state of Kansas, to my knowledge. Any of the dual completed wells currently set up in the exact same way, in the exact same formations.
So this will be the first in Kansas for Merit.
I can't say historically, but currently, yes, it would be the first.
Fair enough. Are you familiar with similar dual completion operations in other states?
Yes, Correct. I work as an operations engineer in the state of Wyoming for Merit Energy, and the dual completions were more common in our water flood operations there.
Okay. And what are the depth of those Wyoming wells?
They average between about 3,000 and 5,000 feet, with pay zones averaging in the same depths between 3,000 and 5,000 feet.
Is that in the overthrust or in a different area than that?
Those wells are in the Bighorn Basin specifically, so the northern Wyoming state,
Okay.
different basin than the overthrust.
Is there an analogy, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, between the well construction that's utilized in Wyoming and that you're proposing for this well?
Yes, there's a very similar analogy, and I could describe that in detail if you would like.
Well, we may get to that, but let me kind of, I want to move it maybe 10,000 foot before we get down to ground level.
Sure.
Generally then, from your experience, what are the most frequent in those Wyoming wells? What are the most frequent complications that arise from operating dual completion wells?
So there are a couple things that happen in dual completion wells, and they're actually usually the same problems that you have in a single completion injection well. Primarily, the main reason that you would need to rig up and work over a well or shut injection in from an injecting well is a loss of mechanical integrity between your injection tubing string and your the annulus of the well. In a single injection well, that becomes fairly immediately evident. You should have no pressure on what we refer to as the backside, referring to the annulus between the tubing and the casing. If you encounter pressure, it means that either your pack or your tubing is most likely leaking. In a dual completion well, that same problem is the primary cause for workover or shutting in of the injection completion. In a dual completion well, the problem does not manifest itself exactly the same. If you have a producing completion, you're not going to see surface pressure, but what you are going to see is all of the water that you are injecting, or injected fluid, in this case water, we're referring to water, show up in your producing completion. So at that moment, you know you've lost mechanical integrity and you need to shut the injection completion in until it is remedied.
And those particular indications, I take it in the ordinary course, are pretty obvious.
Yes, sir. For the purpose of the subject well today, the producing completion has been producing since 1989, as stated earlier, and is currently making about 2 to 3 barrels of water per day. We're proposing to inject, I think we dropped the number down, but 2,500 barrels a day into the Morrow, a maximum rate of 2,500 barrels a day into the Morrow formation. If we find that we lose mechanical integrity in that instance, there's a large difference between 3 barrels a day and whatever that leak would be causing us, and so we would immediately see it.
Okay, how in the case of the Topeka, the producing zone, how's the water removed from the well? Is the operating pressure actually 300 pounds? Is that what I'm understanding?
Mr. Sullivan stated the average reservoir pressure in the Greenwood gas field is about 300 pounds. I can't tell you off the top of my head, Commissioner Keene, but I would say it's probably a lot less than that, actually, the reservoir pressure. We operate a number of these wells, the annulus on a vacuum. I can't speak to this one, but if it's not on a vacuum, the surface pressure is going to be less than 50 pounds. And we have a 2 1/16 tubing string in the well with 5/8 rods inside of it. And so we use a small pumping unit to remove the water and we produce the gas at the backside.
Yeah, that was my next question. You answered it. So that's a rod pump well with you've got a insert pump or some kind of downhole pump there to evacuate 3 barrels of water per day, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it on a time clock?
It's on a timer. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's get into the weeds here a little bit. Tell us a little bit about the packer that you would utilize to segregate the production zone from the injection zone. What kind of packer is this?
So historically in this field, Merit has been utilizing Weatherford AS1X nickel-coated internally packers. We've been using those across the state of Kansas in many of our injection wells. Recently, we've started switching to stainless steel internal coated material because, as Mr. Sullivan has noted in his testimony, those nickel coated Packers, sometimes they last the full 5-year cycle for a mechanical integrity test, and sometimes they don't. And specifically within WMSU, we have had to repair a few of them before the 5-year mechanical integrity cycles go through.
Just to not lose the commission in the process of this questioning, what's the purpose of a Packer?
Oh, yes. So the purpose of a Packer is to isolate the hydraulic connection between the tubing and the casing of the well above and below the Packer. So in the case, I could reference to, let's look at Exhibit M2, submitted as part of my pre-filed testimony. So Exhibit M2.
Hey, Nick, hold on a second. Mr. Myers, can you call that up and share screen?
Yes, I will. Hold on one moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Myers, will you scroll down just a little bit, see the bottom of that page? There we go. That'll work. So this is a engineering sketch commonly referred to as a wellbore schematic in the industry. And this was submitted as part of the application to dual complete this well. And so it's a visual diagram of what we're looking at. Commissioner Keen, to focus your question on the Packer, there's some red text that says Morrow recompletion in the middle there. Just up and to the left of that, there are 2 boxes with X's on them. That, correct, right there, Mr. Myers. That is the Packer. That is a sketch of the Packer. In real life, they're about 5 feet long, and they contain rubber elements that are compressed around and squeezed against the casing to create a hydraulic seal. In the case of this construction well, we would be using a Packer that's rated to 5,000 PSI. So the seal that it creates above the Packer and below the Packer would be good to 5,000 PSI and not hydraulically leak. So the purpose of the Packer, to answer it in one question, Commissioner Keen, is to isolate the injection completion from the producing completion in this well.
All right, thank you. Could we take the screen share down, John? Thank you. I think that's a pretty good explanation, Mr. Husky. Not to make this too simplistic, because this appears to be a pretty sophisticated Packer, pretty expensive one too, I'm guessing. Is it a shear type Packer?
Yes, Commissioner Keen. We normally use a J element, which means you can compress and tension, so you can reset it as many times as you need to. But in the event that that does not work, you can grab the fishing neck, getting a little technical here, and shear the Packer to release it.
Now that's the technicalities here count. This is a technical docket. There's no doubt about that.
I would like to note, Commissioner Keen, the Packer we're proposing using here is actually not different than the Packer that we would use in a standard injection well. The second tubing string here, which would be the producing tubing string, also located on Exhibit M2, is not going to be seated into this Packer. It'll just be run parallel to the first tubing string.
Right.
And the depths between the two differences, which I think is something that we will end up discussing today, we've referred to it as the dead zone a few times in the filings, are far enough apart that the tubing string does not need to be set eccentrically. So you can purchase Packers in the industry where that tubing string, doesn't go into the middle of the packer, but in this case, we're not proposing to use that. So it is the same type of packer we use in a standard single injection string.
Okay, that's good. We can provide, I think, some really quick perspective to why it is. Why did I ask you that question about whether it's a shear packer or not? What would you guess? Why am I asking that?
In the event that the packer, I'm assuming or guessing, in the event that the packer became stuck in the well, is there a way to remove the packer from the well if the standard releasing elements do not work as designed?
That's exactly it. Because correct me if I'm wrong, your experience is significant, mine less so in a different life. But packers can become stubborn things, can they not? I mean, they can. You put them in with the intent that you'll see it at the surface again, but you don't have any absolute assurance that that's going to happen. Isn't that correct?
That's always the case anytime you rig up on a well.
Yeah. Again, a little bit more on the packer, then we'll move on. Is the packer tubing set or wireline set?
The packer would be tubing set.
Okay. And how is it retrieved? Also tubing, by tubing, I presume?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. The injection tubing that you're utilizing, what corrosion inhibiting dynamics does it have? Is it plastic lined?
Yes, sir. So in this instance, because there's 5.5-inch casing and we have to fit 2 tubing strings, we're proposing using a 2 1/16 tubing string with internally flush joint threads, which have an OD. I'd have to look it up, but it's about 2.3 inches or so, 2.4 inches. There's a little bit of an upset on the connection. And then the internals of the tubing are coated with what we call IPC, internally plastic coated. We ordered that from a shop out of Midland, and we've had really good luck using that. That plastic coating is on average about 7 to 10 millimeters thick, and if handled correctly, is totally non-corrosive.
And so what is the purpose, again, to kind of step back just one brief step, what's the purpose of all of using this kind of specialized tubing? What are the purposes behind that?
So there's 2 purposes to this tubing in specific. So to take one step back, in a normal injection well of 5.5-inch casing, which is very common throughout Merit's operations in this embayment, we would probably use 2 3/8 tubing. So one thing that makes this tubing special that we're proposing using here is it's 2 1/16, which is just slightly smaller. The supply of that is less common, so that makes that tubing special just by nature of it being smaller. The second thing that makes it special is the internally plastic coated lining that will be inside of the tubing. So standard tubing is just raw carbon steel that is milled in the factory to be put together. That raw carbon steel has very robust mechanical strength properties. However, as anyone knows, steel corrodes. We see it a lot in the oil field. And so to put a barrier between the steel that can corrode and the injected fluid, which can be corrosive, that's what we use the internally plastic coating for, that I referred to as being 7 to 10 millimeters thick there.
Okay, pretty good explanation. And just backfilling just a little bit, you took care of, that's the internals on the injection tubing. What about the external of the injection tubing? Can you touch on that once again, please?
The external of the injected tubing, what we're proposing is L80 steel. It does not have corrosion. It does not have anything special about it. This would be standard exterior tubing.
Okay. If I understood from your testimony, I've read all your testimony a couple of times in the case of the rebuttal. Do you, in the ordinary course in Wyoming, and would you use in Kansas a chemical treating program to try to mitigate downhole corrosion to the equipment?
Absolutely. So Merit has a few chemical contractors employed throughout the state. We try to keep a number of them employed to create competition and keep everyone doing a good job. SGB Solutions is the chemical contractor that we have covering the WMSU Wilburton Morrow Sand Unit field. So they have the contract for that entire field. Their coverage, contract coverage that we hire them for includes testing of all of our produced fluids from wells, and then as well as our injected fluid in the facility and in the injection lines. And they also provide recommendations for chemicals that we use to treat them. And we have continuous chemical treatment on the injection system in the WMSU field.
General rule, how frequently is each well given a chemical treatment?
The continuous is daily.
Oh, continuous. Yes.
Yeah, so at the battery, we have continuous treatments always 24/7 a day going in.
All right.
That's referring to the injection wells. The producing wells would be like a batch treatment because we don't have cap strings in those wells, not to muddy the waters too much.
Right. No pun intended.
Correct.
One more thing on the chemical, and then we'll move on.
Mhm.
I take it that you have, through your various vendors, you have corrosion inhibiting chemicals that could be used, sinkers, I guess is what you'd call it in some context, that will actually drop below the, I'm talking about the dead zone now, the so-called dead zone. It would drop below the perforations in the Topeka and would treat that area between the top of the packer and the bottom of the Topeka.
Yes. So that was not included in the original permit, any recommendation for a dead zone treatment. But during the negotiations and discussions with the commission, after it became apparent that the dead zone was a sticking point, we have proposed to run chemical in the form of solid state. So it can be dumped down the well and it would sit on top of the packer. And they come in a pellet form and they dissolve over time. So we have proposed to run basically pellet solid state corrosion inhibitor into that dead zone as a mitigation technique. And we would be able to do that as often as needed. The produced water can be sampled and tested on a daily basis, as often as we're producing it by the chemical company. And we can test for residuals of that corrosion inhibitor. So we would know if the produced water contains an amount of corrosion inhibitor that's considered acceptable, then we could say that, it would be common for us to say our practice that water is protected from corrosion.
Okay, thank you. The balance of my questions to you, and they aren't too numerous, have to do with my trying to reconcile the economics of this whole deal. And I'm going to ask you for your help in helping me do that.
Sure.
Many of the other technical questions that I will address to our staff witnesses, you've already answered in some detail, I believe, within the confines of the pre-filed rebuttal testimony. So there's no need to replow that. It's there. My first question in connection with the economics of this is, why would the MIT for this well, which you've proposed to undertake, cost $45,000?
That is a good question. So can I point us to Exhibit M1 to help answer that question?
Sure.
Parties, I will pull that up if you're all right with that.
All right. That's a pretty good view. If you could zoom out just a little bit so we can see the top to the bottom of that wellbore. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Commissioner Keen, I very much understand the reasoning behind your question, because at first glance, the MIT should not cost that much money to perform. So I would like to define what we're talking about when I say MIT, mechanical integrity test, in terms of this well that would cost $45,000, and then juxtapose it to a cheaper option. The KAR regulations that Mr. Slatter mentioned in his opening statement require that Merit Energy, or the operator, in the case of a dual completed well, prove that the casing has mechanical integrity from above the top perforation to the top of the well. In this case, that would be the zone from above the Wabunzi to the top of the well. We could accomplish that much cheaper than $45,000. It would maybe cost in the $10,000 range. In this well, by removing the tubing from the well, running either on tubing or wireline a retrievable bridge plug, setting it above the Wabunzi perforations, and then pressuring up the well and ensuring mechanical integrity. That is what the regulations require. What we have proposed and what staff asked for, what they have, one of the things that staff has asked us to do is to also test the casing between the producing interval and the future injected interval. That would be below the Topeka perforations and then above the Morrow perforations, which are labeled 4,868 feet to 4,872 feet. Correct. Right now, so Exhibit M1 is the current status of the well. We have a cement retainer set at 3,400 feet with 10 sacks of cement on top, and then a bunch of sacks of cement that was circulated below it out around the casing. And we have a cast iron bridge plug at 4,850. For us to remove the tubing, remove the rods, mill out that cement retainer, then set, we could either test against the cast iron bridge plug that's at 4,850 or set another retrievable bridge plug on top of that, and then run a packer on tubing to below the bottom of the Topeka perforation and also test that zone. That is the job that I'm referring to when it says it would cost $45,000. So basically to mill out that plug, that cement, and then test both above the Wabunzi perforations and between the Topeka and Morrow perforations. So the aggregate of all of that work is how we get to $45,000, Commissioner Keen.
That's helpful. I understand that. We could take down the screen share, please. Yeah, that's very helpful. You proposed to run a bond log.
Yes, sir.
One of the prerequisites to a permit. The bond log would be run from where to where within the well?
So I would propose that we ran the bond log probably in 2 runs. The bond log will require that there's fluid in the well to work properly up to the depth that we're measuring. And so I don't think those Wabunzi and Topeka perforations are going to hold fluid very well. So I think we're going to have to run that separately. So running a bond log below the Topeka perforations will be very easy because the fluid will be there. And then above, I think we're going to have to set a plug, fill the well with water, and then run the bond log up to surface. We have records of a bond log that was run during the recompletion in 1989, but Merit was unable to find the actual physical copy of the log, just referenced in the completion report.
Okay. In order to run that latter log, the second log that you just suggested, the one that comes to surface, will that require that the casing be filled with water?
The internal of the casing would be filled with water, yes. We would probably run that the same time we tested mechanical integrity, because we also have to fill the casing with water at that time to test for mechanical integrity. So it would be a good time to do both of those at the same time.
That's a good idea. And why does it have to be filled with water for purposes of the bond log, for the record?
So for the record, the bond log is an acoustic measuring tool, which creates acoustic vibrations and then measures the reverberations of the casing. Basically, it measures is the casing vibrating with the vibrations that the bond log is making or not. In the case that the casing is vibrating, the classic bond log, response is that that casing is not cemented in place. If it is not vibrating and you have cement behind pipe, then it shows that you do have cement there. And so if you have air between your bond log and your casing, then the vibration does not work very well.
Or gas.
Or gas, correct.
In fact, isn't it true that even if you have gas, and this is a gas well, predominantly, if you have gas, that the gas can basically cause I'm going to butcher up the technical language of your trade. So for purposes of simplicity for me, basically with gas in the zone, if it isn't, you have to have fluid. If you have gas, or you're suggesting air of some sort in the casing while you're running the bond log, it causes the bonding tool to appear to have a bond when there isn't one. Isn't that true?
In my experience, this is not my expertise, and we always hire contractors out to run these bond logs for us. But in my experience, it becomes very apparent in the log when the tool itself leaves liquid in the well, and so everyone just knows that at every reading above this depth is not used, is not accurate, is not a reflection of any useful information.
Right.
And it's usually very apparent when fluid leaves if the tool leaves fluid.
Sure. The only reason I went through that is I think it strikes me that the procedures you're proposing to undertake haven't cut any corners. It appears to me that you're trying at least to do within the realm of the possible many different kind of approaches, as many approaches as you can to trying to get a valid result. That's what strikes me. So then if you have you would have a different result than the $45,000 amount if the milling process you described did not have to be undertaken, and if you were able to run a retrievable plug to just above the Topeka and test the integrity of the casing from that point to surface. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe I referenced a $10,000 number. That is a off the cuff estimate, but it's probably close.
Yeah. That doesn't involve the cost of the tool. That's just the running of the tool, basically, is it not?
That would be a rental of the retrievable bridge plug, and then the rig time associated with removing the tubing, running the plug, and then filling the well up with water and testing it.
Okay. Are you familiar with fluid depression tests?
In what capacity, Commissioner Keen?
In the realm of trying to verify casing integrity.
Testing.
For casing integrity.
I might not be, Commissioner Keen.
Okay. I was just curious because it's used in Eastern Kansas, Western Kansas. I grant it's a different world, but where you can use basically find where static fluid is, then basically utilize nitrogen to push the fluids back out into the formation, and it reaches a point of stability, and you can hold that. It can hold that for a certain length of time, and that's all prescribed in the testing regs for Eastern Kansas.
Yes.
It demonstrates casing integrity because it held pressure.
Commissioner Keen, yes, that process makes sense. I'm familiar with it under the name depression testing, but yes.
Well, I got an amateur here talking to a pro, which is you. So appreciate your indulgence on that. Let's go back again. Help me out again on the economics of this.
Mm-hmm.
Say that the commission hypothetically was to approve an MIT process other than the one that required all this milling. Would in your opinion, I'm going to ask these same questions of staff. So in your opinion, would the combination of the MIT that we were just discussing between the top of the Topeka to surface and the bond logging that you're proposing demonstrate casing integrity in this zone between the injection zone and the producing zones?
We just tested above the Topeka perforations to surface. It would not speak to the integrity between the two zones.
Right, but how about, no, I get that. I get that.
Okay.
I get that. But in terms of demonstrating the fact that whether or not there is some connectivity between the producing zone and the injection zone, wouldn't the bond logging provide some assurances one way or another?
Yes, yes, sir. So if we bond logged the depth or the area between the bottom of the Topeka perforation and the top of the Morrow perforation, which is the bond log that we could run immediately after drilling out the plug that's currently occupying that space. If we saw cement between the intervals, and that's not necessarily meaning continuous cement entirely across the intervals. That just means a sufficient amount of cement above the Morrow perforations and a sufficient amount of cement below the Topeka perforations, then it is very common industry practice to say that those are isolated in that instance.
Okay. And it's the long-term economic interests for a variety of reasons for merit, is it not, that these zones be segregated? Outside, on the
Absolutely.
outside.
Yes, Commissioner Keane, we are absolutely not proposing to commingle these fluids. Point of the dual completion is to keep everything segregated.
Okay. Working through the economics of this again. I think Mr. Slider indicated in his opening that this well produces roughly 45 MCF per day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who's the first purchaser of your gas?
This may be on a Meridone system, but I will have to get back with you on that. I do not know.
Okay. Roughly, what's the current price to merit for its natural gas in this particular area that's relevant here for this purpose? What per MCF? What's your net today with all the line charges and all the other expenses taken out?
So roughly speaking, depending on which midstream company we're going into, we take about a 40 cents to $1 hit marketing fee on basically the spot price of the natural gas. And that's traded on a monthly basis, not on a daily basis. If you look at the spot price, it's on a daily basis, but we'll take the average for the month. So today, natural gas is trading at Henry Hub in the mid twos. So the net, to merit would be, let's call it 50 cents below that deduction, and that would be our revenue stream. That's on a gross basis. And then we divide that revenue stream up to royalty interest owners and working interest owners as accordingly.
Okay. Merit operates a heck of a lot of gas wells in western Kansas, do you not? And you've got a lot of gas wells.
Yes, sir.
I went into the KGS publicly available source, KGS information. It was showing actually that you had, as of the 2022, you had 2,722 gas wells. That's a lot of gas wells.
That sounds correct, sir. You've got the knowledge on me right now.
How does the productivity of this well, that's 47 MCF, is that above or below average, or average with your average well in this area?
I would put that very close to average. The productivity ranges on an old well. So, classifying wells in terms of age, they can get, some of them are as old as the 60s, producing since the 60s. But for the age of this well, producing for about 30 plus years right now, 47 MCF is right in the middle of the road. I would call this not an extremely productive well, but it's also far from the end of its life economically. It still has a lot of production to go.
Okay. Fair enough. That's a judgment call that you guys have to make as an operator. No question about that. I accept that. I appreciate that. The candor of it as well. You kind of know what I'm getting at with the gas production here. If we have a net amount, and I'm taking that times 47 MCF, and I take that times 30 days, and then we take it. You see what I'm getting at here in terms of the economics of it. But there's another
I
slide.
think I do, sir. Yes.
No, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. Any response you have to that's fine.
Oh, no, not at all. I do see what you're getting at. Is to summarize it, what I'm hearing is that gas production is very important to both Merit and to the state and to the Royal interest owners, because it is not a large amount of gas, but it's not something that Merit is wants to take offline or be forced to take offline to utilize the wellbore in another manner.
That's a judgment call for the operator. I fully respect it. But there's another economic dynamic to this too, is there not? At least according to the argument you're making, there's actually two. There's the one that Mr. Slatter referred to, which is do you agree with Mr. Slatter's conclusion? I'll ask it this way, that an option of basically producing this well from the Topeka and drilling another well into the Morrow for purposes of enhanced recovery in the current environment, would this be uneconomic?
It would probably not make sense and economically to drill a twin well for the Morrow completion. And I say probably, and that is just because as a reservoir engineer, it is my job to know how valuable that well is, but those mistakes are made all the time in the industry. From a capital efficiency standpoint, it would be severely wasteful to drill a well, even if it did make economic sense, like if the well could pay off. If we call a new well $1 million investment, which it might be just south of that in this range, the dollars that we're speaking of required to show mechanical integrity and then operate in a prudent manner as a dual completion are going to be significantly less than that replacement cost of, call it $900,000 for a new well. So the capital efficiency there is drastically different. So you may be looking at a payout in a 1-year time frame for a dual completed well. You might have to bump that up to 4 to 5 years if you drill a new well, which that's why I say probably, some people might take a 4 to 5 year payout on an investment. Currently, that does not fit Merit's guidelines. And so we would not pursue that work.
Appreciate the granularity of your answer. A couple more questions and I'm done. Tell me a little bit about the productive potential of the Morrow given water flooding. Understood from, again, Mr. Slatter's opening that this zone has been very floodable, that rather substantial amounts of oil have been recovered as a result. But I'm asking you a two-part question. Tell me a little bit about the Morrow. I don't need to go into great detail, but I'm just interested in the floodability and how important that is. And I'm kind of juxtaposing that against the fact that what are the sources of water that you're going to use to flood the Morrow through this well? Is it just the 3 barrels a day?
Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not. So I'll answer that question first. So our current operations at the Wilburton Morrow Sand Unit include 4 active injectors in the water flood. And I think maybe 10 active producers. I don't know if that number is exactly correct, but it's close to that. And so we are right now through the 4 active injectors recirculating produced water to the tune of about 11,000 barrels of water per day in aggregate. We have a well drilled down to a depth of about 6,000 feet, and it's our water supply well. It produces brine water from the Osage Formation. It's currently inactive, but we plan to reactivate it when we get, or if we get this permit pushed through to add to the net supply of water. So I expect that this well, and with the 2 1/16 tubing, will take in the range of 1,000 barrels a day, maybe 1,500 barrels a day. And so we plan to use the Osage water supply well to fit that gap. So it'll be a lot more than the 3 barrels of water a day.
Okay.
The location of this well is east of all of the, west. The location of this well on a map, and there's no maps in the exhibit, so I apologize. But it's west of the current location of all of our current injectors, and to the south, it's actually on the other side of our primary ring of producers. So this injection well would provide water support in the water flood to our producer ring from a different direction that our current injection is coming from. And I suspect for, in my professional opinion, good reason that pore space is currently occupied by a higher oil saturation than where we're currently producing from. So it should add reserves to the flood and a net production gain to the flood.
How many acres are encompassed within this unit? Well, ballpark.
I say about 5 square miles, so that's almost
Okay.
3,000 acres. Yeah, ballpark.
All right. Here's my last question. We've touched on matters potentially having to do with waste. We've touched upon questions here potentially having to do with correlative rights. Let's take the third leg of the stool here and talk about the protection of the freshwater resources. Why is it that you believe that the well construction you're proposing will protect the freshwater resources of Kansas?
That's a great question, Commissioner Keene. I believe that the Pearson C2, as it's called now, the subject well, has a large, a more than average amount of cement above its top producing perforations, which are the Wabunzi, and up into the surface casing shoe. So the CBL reported in 1989 on the completion report says that the top of cement in the production casing is 700 feet. The bottom of the surface casing shoe in that same well, and I'm reading this information off of exhibits M1 or M2, it's on both of them. The shoe of the surface casing is at a depth of 1,457 feet. So we have a very good cement seal from the difference between 700 feet where the top of cement is, and then the bottom of the surface casing shoe at 1,457 feet. So that would be 757 feet worth of tight cement between the two casing strings, that in the event that water started channeling up the backside of the production casing, that it would not enter the freshwater zone because it has that additional barrier of the surface casing there, because the depth of the surface casing shoe, maybe this isn't apparent to everyone, the depth of the surface casing shoe is drilled below the lowest known source of freshwater. So any freshwater source that would exist is above that depth of 1,457 feet. So that's what adds the second layer of protection here.
All right. Again, I appreciate the granularity of your answer. It strikes me from looking at the schematic for the well here that, and you've alluded to it, we have the bottom of usable water is roughly 300 feet. That's what I'm garnering here from the totality of the evidence here. And surface casing is set. This is 8 5/8 surface casing is set at 1,457 feet and cemented in with 800 sacks of cement. That would have been from the shoe of the surface casing to surface, would it not?
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's a lot of cement. that's a lot of protection. Okay. Mr. Lahutsky, I appreciate very much your indulgence in my questions. I have no further questions of the witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene. I turn to Commissioner French. Questions for the witness, please.
I do have one line of questioning. Good morning, Mr. Lahutsky.
Morning, Commissioner French.
I I have to say, Commissioner Keen, I chuckled a bit to myself when you referred to yourself as an amateur. That line of questioning was very thorough, and my line of questioning will be very different. While I have read all this, I've enjoyed hearing the details and the granular nature of this discussion. I'm not an oil guy like Commissioner Keen. I'm more of an attorney trying to boil this down to the dispute that's before us, I guess. And as I listen to the opening statements, as I've read the testimony, it doesn't appear to be as black and white as either side perhaps is portraying it to me. Let me lay out how I'm reading this, and then I think I just want your commentary on whether I'm viewing it correctly, and then I would just offer the opportunity for any color, and I'm going to ask the same thing of staff. It looks to me that, first of all, nobody's alleging that there is a wellbore integrity issue, currently as it's constructed. That we expect that it will be tested, and there's nothing about the construction that's going to cause us alarm inherently. But as I read staff's position, it seems to be that they seem to be alleging a fatal flaw in the construction, that there is uncemented casing directly behind a dead water zone that creates, and I'm probably making a leap here, but it seems to them to be an unacceptable risk for the future, just by the fact that we have that construction set up. I think as I read your testimony, it lays out, look, we have regulations that are set up to handle this exact situation. We have mitigation techniques we can employ. We have regulations that require ongoing monitoring. I think you all are proposing to maybe add some additional mitigation and monitoring options on top of that. Again, I think it seems to be staff's position that just because we have those options and mitigation techniques does not mean that we necessarily should rely only on them when there is a fatal construction flaw that we know exists. So I'm just laying out, I guess, how I think I'm reading these two arguments. And so then it seems to me to boil down to a balancing act for the commission that, I think Merit Energy is saying, look, we don't have a known issue, and we have ways of handling this. And if we don't get approval, we have we absolutely will see waste. And then we are balancing that against the staff position that we haven't, even though there isn't a known issue, because of the quote unquote fatal flaw, we have an unacceptable risk to future correlative rights and the potential for future waste if the well develops a leak. I hope I'm untechnical, I know, but I hope you're able to follow that. And do you agree that that is the crux of the disagreement? And is there anything you'd like to add to further my understanding and to help me in the balancing of those interests?
That was to me, correct, Mr. Lutsky, Commissioner French?
Yep.
Okay, I just making sure. I do respect and I agree with the acknowledgement of this is a balancing act, very much so, and I think that's why we're seeking a judgment on this instance, because it is not black and white. And I do think the balancing act, I do agree that the balancing act is exactly as you described it, between a current loss of waste, which Merit is more focused on, which is we have a productive zone within a well that can be used and it's not being used. That's immediate waste. And then the future loss of correlative rights, and I may have to be corrected on this, but trying to summarize the commission's argument, is that we have potential to damage the current production that we've referenced is 45 to 47 MCF a day from the Topeka and Wabunsee perforations. That would be the potential future waste or correlative rights that could be destroyed there. And so, yes, I do think that is the crux of what we're here to discuss today. The second part or the last part of your comment was, do we have any corrections? In my professional opinion, I have summarized this in the testimonies and we have, a way. I think that the mitigation techniques that do exist are fully capable of preventing that future loss of correlative rights. I think that does require Merit to be a prudent operator. I think that does require the permit regulations and maybe additional out of the norm, maybe conditions of approval or just practices, reporting mechanisms that need to be in place here do need to be above and beyond maybe the standard injection permit for a single completion well. But I think that we can craft a path. I think that, we as a team of people are fully capable of crafting a path through that in order to create the most value for all of the stakeholders. Specifically, we can talk about those mitigation techniques, but that's, I think the testimonies speak to those, directly and in detail.
I think that's very helpful and does help me think about, again, just trying to define the issue in this case and the balancing act that we're trying to perform here. So thank you for your testimony. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner French. We'll move on to the operator.
Chair
Mr.
Duffy, are
Slatter?
we,
Chair Duffy, this is John Myers here. Staff probably would like.
Oh, I'm sorry, staff. I see it. Staff. Yes, questions, please.
thank you, Chair Duffy. Good morning, Mr. Latsky. How are you doing?
Morning, Todd. How you doing, Mr. Bryant? Or is this? Oh, this is Mr. Marsh. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is Mr. Marsh. He's going to.
I was looking at the wrong face. I
cross-examine
apologize,
you.
Mr. Marsh.
Yes.
You scared me there for a second because I was like, I'm not testifying today. Mr. Latsky, how many dual completion applications have you filed with the KCC?
I personally, this is my first dual completion application to file with the KCC. I don't believe that Merit in the recent history has filed one either, but I can't say that with 100% certainty.
Okay. And just to kind of dive into your testimony a little bit, on page 3, line 9 of your direct testimony, you state that the subject well currently produces 47 MCF and 3 barrels of water from the Topeka and Wabunsee formations per day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how does Merit measure that daily production?
So we measure the two different production streams separately. The MCF, 47 MCF a day, is a gas stream that is measured through an orifice meter that is connected to the backside between the well and the midstream system. And that's done on a daily basis through an orifice meter. And then the water can't be measured in the same way, is produced into a tank and then ultimately commingled with the rest of the production from the Wilburton Morrow sand unit. And so that is tested on a basis, a routine basis. I don't know, but it's probably about once a month. And that number is reported. It's required to be reported via other producing regulations.
So for the water, does Merit have like a barrel counter on the well, or is it just every so often they'll go out and see how much water is coming through over a certain period of time and use that as the?
It's about once a month, so it's closer to the second.
Okay. And then circling back to the production records, those that production information is reported to the state of Kansas, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to share my screen real quick with what I've documented as exhibit KCC Cross 1. Now this at the top says yearly and monthly production for the Pearson C2 lease, correct?
Mhm.
And if we scroll down, I was just looking at the month that you filed your testimony, which was January of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to Kansas production records, Merritt produced 1,131 MCF over the course of that month.
Yes, sir.
So just doing some simple math, it looks like the production is really closer to the 36 MCF rather than 47, correct?
The numbers changed drastically over time. The 47 MCF is like an average over the past few years. Taking a single month, the number bounces up and down a little bit more than that. And it does look like throughout the year of 2022, the numbers were even smaller than that, looking at the exhibit that you're showing here, which would say that, yeah, it's less than 47 on average. So,
Right.
in part, I agree with your statement.
Yeah, I mean, if 1131 is 36 a month, if we're talking about 700s and 600s, I mean, that's going to be closer to what, 25 MCF a month?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at it, it looks like the well last produced about 47, 48 MCF in December of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know the bottom hole pressure of the Morrow formation?
I don't know the exact number, but being that the well is a gas producer. Oh, excuse me for more information. I was answering for Topeka. Yes, I actually do know with relative accuracy the bottom hole pressure of the Morrow formation in this field is close to about 1100 psi.
Okay. And on page 3, lines 22 and 23 of your direct testimony, you state that by duly completing the well, Merritt will be preventing waste through increased recovery of oil reserves from the WMSU, correct? Can you point to the place in your testimony where you state the number of extra barrels of oil that will be recovered by duly completing the well? I'm sorry, Mr. Lahatsky, either you're on mute or I can't. Can anybody else hear him?
No, we cannot hear you, Mr. Lahutsky. Why don't we try again? All right. John, is he unmuted at the?
Yeah, one moment here. He was not muted. He is now. That's okay. We'll get that taken care of in a moment. He was not muted and we couldn't hear him. He was having a little bit of difficulty with his audio during Mr. Schlatters' opening as well. He's again not muted. Mr. Lahutsky, he's just sent a notification to everyone saying, I have a notification saying my microphone is not working. So his microphone is an issue at the moment. Chair Duffy, obviously the choice is the commission's, but I might suggest we take a little break to see if we can get this sorted out. At a minimum, as he's mentioned in his note here, he can try to call with his cell phone.
Right. So if he keeps his video on and calls in with his cell phone, that might work. So we have been going about almost an hour and a half. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break, see if we can get Mr. Lahutsky back on with audio. So if everyone else will mute your microphone and your video, we'll come back at 10:30.
Mr. Lahutsky, I am here, so if you try to call in, we'll be able to admit you into the room and try to test that. Mr. Lahutsky, I can see your messages just fine. So if you're struggling with anything in particular, you can type a message. That'll work. Okay, Mr. Lahutsky, I just admitted whatever that was into the room. So hopefully that will work.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I
I've
can
got some
hear you, but we
feedback
have a-
between my phone and my computer.
Yeah, exactly. What I would suggest perhaps is you might be able to turn off your microphone entirely. It says it's not working, right? Well,
Here,
you might,
is that better? That should have
yeah, it's
removed
much
the
better.
feedback.
That solves the problem. Yeah, perfect. We're good again.
I'll need to turn the video off on my phone here.
Yeah.
Stop video. There we go. Okay, my audio is fully through the cell phone and my video is through the computer.
And it's working magnificently.
Okay, I'm very sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It just all
All
of a
these
sudden.
things happen.
Okay,
Yeah, no worries at all. It's the nature of Zoom meetings. So, the commission took, as you know, a 10-minute break. So you've got a few minutes till we start up again at 10:30.
okay. Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely. I'm not going to mute your audio just because I don't want to mess anything up. So just keep in mind we can hear you through your phone at the moment.
I'm going to make sure my computer is muted. It actually did this. So I logged in, I did the mic check, and then during Mr. Slatter's opening statement, I'm sure you saw, I logged in and out a few times because it did the same thing.
Yeah.
And I was kind of freaking out then, but then it all of a sudden started working again. So I just didn't ask any questions, but then.
Right. Yeah, me either. So, all right. Well, that's okay. We've got it worked out now. So when the commission returns, we'll be able to keep on going.
Okay, good.
Chair Duffy, I believe we have resolved Mr. Levitsky's audio problems. So
Yes,
think we're
I heard that discussion.
good. All right.
Very good.
I am back online and can hear with audio. I apologize about that, everyone.
These things happen. Okay, we're back on the record, everyone. Everybody get back? Yes, we are all here. Okay. And as we last left, I believe it was Kelsey Marsh was cross-examining the witness. Mr. Marsh, if you will continue.
Yes, thank you, Chair Duffy. Mr. Lutsky, I think the last question I left you with was, can you point to the place in your testimony where you state the number of extra barrels of oil that will be recovered by duly completing the well?
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Apologize about the technical difficulties. I do not believe in the testimony that I state exactly how much production is expected from the well. I could elaborate on that number if you would like me to.
That's fine. On page 3, lines 15 through 17 of your testimony, you state that the objective is to increase the oil recovery from the WMSU while continuing to produce the approximately 47 MCF per day of natural gas production from the Topeka and Wabaunsee formations, correct?
That is the primary objective of this application, yes.
Okay. And it may not be 47 as we've previously discussed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And later on in your testimony, you go on to compare the application for the subject well to another well that was duly completed in the area, the Gore D #2, correct?
Yes, sir.
What year was that well permitted?
Let me find the exact number in the testimony. If you give me a second, notes in here.
I think it was page 5, line 17 and 29 of your direct testimony that you discuss it, if that's helpful.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Reading from my testimony, in 1974, the commission approved a UIC application to allow the operator to cease production from the Morrow and rather inject water into the Morrow as part of the enhanced oil recovery operation. So injection began in 1974. The Gore D2 dual completion remained active from 1974 until 1994.
Okay. And so that was roughly permitted 50 years ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much production was sold from that well while it was duly completed?
How much gas production was sold?
Correct.
I do not know the answer to that. I do not have it included in my testimony, but I would expect that the number is, over the course of 20 years, a decent chunk of change.
What those records would be reported to KG or the state of Kansas, correct?
Yes, sir. We could look them up.
Just like with the subject well, or like the gas production that we discussed about the subject well earlier, correct?
Yes, sir. They should be reported on a regular basis, potentially as a lease combined with another well or on its own. I haven't done that research on my own.
Okay. And the API number for that well was 15-129-01004, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like we have, this is the production chart for that section, Township and Range. It looks like there's 2 records that have the same API number for the Gore D2 well, the Crawley A2 and the Gore D. Does that appear to be correct?
This happens from time to time where either one API has multiple well names or multiple wells have the same API. Without further research, I don't know exactly what's happening but this is a common in this area, it's common to have multiple completions referencing the same base 10 API, yes.
Right. So, and I mean, just getting at, there's two different records to click on for the Gore D2.
Yes, sir. That
Okay.
appears.
So the first record, it looks like it was for early on, and it shows production in barrels of oil from 1962 to 1970, correct?
Yes, sir. That looks like the oil production from the same Morrow formation that it was later injecting into.
Okay. And then the other record was the Crawley A2 that we referenced on the first page. And that shows gas production from 1994 to 2012, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there was no production sold while this well was duly completed from 74 to 94, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. It's possible that we're missing a completion, or that production was filed under something separate than the completions that you've clicked on. I have not done that research myself. It's also possible that completion never produced. Would have to look at all the reports, but I don't believe. Usually it takes more time than that to confirm with 100% accuracy what the history of the well is.
But based on the records in front of us, there's no reported production for that well while it was duly completed, correct?
Yeah, I don't mean to get too tricky. The
Right.
completion that you clicked on do not show production from that well. We may be missing a completion. We very likely are missing a completion in my experience. But I cannot confirm that.
And then 1994 was whenever the well was recompleted in the Chase formation, correct?
Yes. So the same perforations that I believe it was producing from 1974 to 1994, it also produced from 1994 on, just that the injection completion was plugged back. So it was no longer a dual completion after that injection completion was removed from the well.
Okay. And kind of going back to that Gore, or sticking with the Gore D2, does that well have 300 feet of uncemented casing like the subject well does?
300 feet referring in a specific location in the well, or just somewhere in the well, 300 feet? I'm looking at it here.
Between the Topeka formation and the Morrow formation.
I do not believe that gap exists in the Gore D2. The reported top of cement, I'm looking at exhibit M7. The reported top of cement contained within that exhibit is, I believe it's 2390, which is above the Topeka perforations. So that would insinuate there's not a gap there of cement.
Okay. I want to move on to page 4, lines 20 and 22 of your direct testimony. You state that a top of cement of 700 feet is well above the surface casing shoe at 1457 feet and will ensure full zonal isolation for all depths behind the production casing, correct?
Yes, the surface casing shoe will confirm zonal isolation, or provide zonal isolation. That's a better word. The surface casing shoe will provide zonal isolation from its depth of 1457 to the surface of the well.
And then you state later in your testimony on page 9, lines 23 through 25, that the denial of the permit seems to be because of the dual completion and not due to any known wellbore integrity issue, correct?
Yes.
However, on your testimony, I think this is your direct testimony, page 4, lines 15 through 19, you state that the original top of cement was 3,754 feet, and that cement was later pumped from 3,400 feet to 700 feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you also state later on, again, in your testimony on page 6, lines 25 through 26, that cement was circulated from 3,400 feet to 700 feet, correct?
Yes, sir. That was done as part of the 1989 recompletion.
Okay, thank you. Can you point to any place in your testimony that states that cement was circulated from 3,754 feet to 3,400 feet?
No, I cannot point to that. It is not expected. I would not expect to find quality cement in that depth. The squeeze holes were perforated at 3,400 feet. Conventional wisdom teaches us, conventional operations, that cement circulates upwards, usually not downwards unless there's a thief zone. However, the lancing is present in that gap, which is a thief zone in a lot of places in Kansas. So it's possible that there's some cement in that gap, but I would not expect a continuous, perfect bond from below. There's usually a gap somewhere when you do a squeeze job, because you can't perforate immediately on top of your old cement and then circulate it up. So that gap always exists when you do remedial work.
Okay. And correct me, did you say the lancing is a thief zone? What do you mean by thief zone?
It can be a thief zone. The lancing is very productive in terms of fluid. Many places in the state, it's productive from oil and gas. If it's not oil and gas, then it can be water. So that porosity just allows for fluid to come in and out of the zones. It is porous. And so when you pump cement, it's possible that the cement actually went down, some of it channeled down into the lancing and then isolated that off.
Okay. On page 7, lines 14 through 18 of your direct testimony, you state that if the packer, tubing, or casing began leaking, the injected fluid would immediately show up as a significantly increased gas to water ratio, correct?
Yes, sir.
What would be a significant change in gas to water ratio?
So the current gas to water ratio is, in the range, let's call it 36 MCF, like you've corrected, or 47, between 30 and 50 MCF to 2 to 3 barrels of water per day. That gas to water ratio, according to the KCC regulations, should be reported on a quarterly basis for the first year that the dual completion is in activity, and then annually after that. So a significant increase from, let's call it 50 to 3 or 30 to 3, just to make the math easy, 30 to 3. So that's a ratio of 10. A significant increase would be anything above 20 to 50. The number, I would expect the number to shoot well above 100. So we're talking an order of magnitude increase in gas to water ratio. I guess that would be water to gas ratio. If the water production from the injection completion starts showing up into the production interval, the rod pump will pump it out, and we would see that in the tank that we're producing that Pearson C2 completion into now.
So kind of playing off the ratio and just putting it into barrels of water, what would be, just strictly barrels of water, what would be a significant change in your mind?
I would say anything that's a factor of 2x change would cause questioning. And then when we're talking an order of magnitude change, that would be a sure sign. So if you jump from 10 to 100 in a ratio, that would be a sure sign that you've got a leak.
So 2 times, so if there's 6 barrels of water collected per day, that would be a significant change then?
It could be, especially you would want to monitor it more closely. Immediately, 6 barrels water per day wouldn't cause me, in my professional opinion, to say that we need to shut things down, but it would cause us to look closer. If we start injecting into the Morrow and then the well just doubles its water production, then, we should ask why, is what I'm saying.
Okay. And on page 3, lines 28 through 30 of your direct testimony, you state that if a leak occurred, Merritt would immediately identify the resulting loss of gas production and increased water production and immediately shut in the well to prevent damaging its own gas reserves, correct?
We would shut in the injection side of the completion, yes. So the shut in is referring to the injected water. The producing interval, if the equipment was still working, we would leave that on.
Okay. How would Merritt know if water was flowing outwards from the wellbore?
Into a casing leak.
Yeah, let's say like the Lansing, Kansas City, you said it was a thief formation.
Sure.
So let's say there's a casing leak that developed in Lansing, Kansas City, and water was
Okay.
flowing into it. How would Merritt?
So there's a couple ways we would catch that. The first is most likely going to be the gas to water ratio is going to change. So if we have water coming out of the Topeka perforations and then going into the Lansing perforations, which are below it, in this case, well, in all cases, Lansing's below Topeka, then we would actually see a reduction of water production from the Topeka. That would tell us that water is flowing into the casing. In my professional experience, if we do experience a leak in the Lansing, it's most likely going to come the opposite direction. So rather than taking fluid, it's actually going to provide fluid to the well because the reservoir pressure of the Lansing in this area is not depleted. The reservoir pressure of the Topeka is. Fluid flows from high pressure to low pressure. So if a leak occurred in that zone and it was connected to a porous Lansing interval, then most likely the Lansing would actually provide water production to the well, which would then show up also as a marked change on the water to gas ratio of the Pearson C2 gas completion.
Okay. And just sticking with the proposition that water flows outward instead of inwards, I get your position is that it would most likely flow inwards, but let's say it does flow outwards for whatever reason. I mean, is Merritt going to be really concerned if its gas reserves are not impacted?
Merritt, from a reserve standpoint, that would not concern us, but from a wellbore integrity issue, that would concern us.
Okay. I know you discussed in your testimony the use of a radioactive tracer. In your direct testimony, I think it's page 7, lines 28 through 29, you state that a radioactive solution is released into the flow stream under normal injection operations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that radioactive solution is used to determine the path that the injected fluid is taking.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just to visualize this a little bit, I'm going to pull up your exhibit M2. Let's do that. Okay, this is your exhibit M2 that was filed with your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're talking about basically putting fluid into the injection tubing and making sure that it stays within the injection tubing all the way into the Morrow formation, correct?
Yes.
So if we had a casing leak somewhere, like let's say 3,600 feet, so somewhere right in here, that radioactive tracer is not going to catch that casing leak, correct?
No, that casing leak, the radioactive tracer would not catch the casing leak because the injected fluid would not be entering that casing leak.
Okay.
If the packer is holding.
Right.
Because we would have, in the instance you've drawn, we would still have isolation between the injection completion and the production completion.
Okay. I think the next question I have is on page 8, lines 9 through 11. I think this is of your direct testimony. You talk about if cement quality has degraded behind the casing, the injected fluid can travel upwards and enter in a zone different than intended, correct?
If the cement is no longer sealing, that could be the case, yes.
So are you saying that there's potential that the cement in this well has degraded?
We don't know that. That statement is made in reference to the use of a radioactive tracer. So in the industry, a standard mechanical integrity test will tell you if your casing can hold pressure or not, but it does not actually tell you where your injected fluid is going. And so in the industry, we use these, we call them injection profile logs, IPLs, but they contain both a velocity, like a mechanical spinner, and then a radioactive tracer survey. We use that to tell us where the injected fluid is actually going because we can measure it behind pipe. So that statement was not made saying that that I believe that there's a reason that cement is degraded here. What it's actually saying is that a radioactive tracer survey provides us with information that a standard mechanical integrity test does not. And that information is above and beyond is the casing whole. It's where is the injected fluid actually going? And so that was an example used to basically show the robustness of that tool, the radioactive tracer survey tool.
Right. But what I'm getting at is, something that can happen within the well bore is that the cement behind the casing can degrade, correct?
It sometimes does happen in any well, yes.
Is there any time range on when you have seen that happen?
That would be speculation. So I can't give a time range to that. I can't give a specific answer.
So it varies depending on the well.
Correct.
Okay.
And the quality of the cement pumped.
Okay. On page 4, line 9 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that staff's interpretation of KAR 83-3-403B is incorrect, correct?
I state that the regulation is, point me to the location, please.
It's for your rebuttal testimony, page 4, line 9.
All right.
It says first, staff's interpretation of KAR 83-3-403B is incorrect.
Oh, the interpretation is correct. Yes. Okay. I misheard your question there the first time.
Okay. Did you mean 82-3-403B?
I believe so. That's what it says in the testimony. Yes.
Well, in your testimony, it says 83-3-403B. It's just a little nuance, but something
Correct.
that we're talking about the correct regulation here.
Yes. Earlier in that same sentence, I referenced 82-3-403B.
Okay. So it's just a typo.
It could be a typo. Yeah. I don't know which number it is off the top of my head, but one of those is, we could take a look here if we want to stop at it.
Well, I don't know that we need to look at it. It was just more of looking at your statement. And in your work history, have you worked for any regulatory agencies?
No, sir. Worked for an operator.
Okay. Have you applied regulations on specifically the Kansas Corporation Commission's regulations on a regular basis?
From a use case, subject to the regulations on a regular basis, yes. It has never been my professional responsibility to apply them to somebody else. No.
Did you ever take any like administrative law courses while you're in college or obtaining your degree?
Only engineering ethics courses would be the closest thing.
Okay. Just a few more questions and then we'll be done, or at least I'll be done. On page 5, lines 4 through 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that the Topeka Formation will cease to flow if liquid is allowed to accumulate in the well due to its low pressure of 300 psi, correct?
Yes, sir.
So flooding out the formation would have a negative impact on production, correct?
Yes, sir. That's why we have to keep the rod pump system in place and operating.
And then later on page 5, at lines 14 through 17 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that Merit has biocide and corrosion inhibitor pellets put in the well, or would plan to put corrosion inhibitor pellets and biocide into the subject well, correct?
Yes, we've offered that as part of the conditions of approval of this permit.
Does Merit put some sort of corrosive inhibitor in all of its injection wells?
Through the continuous injection system at the facility, yes, we do.
Okay. And I believe that you previously stated that there are 4 active injectors on the WMSU unit.
Currently, we have 4 wells that we're injecting into. Historically, the number was much higher than that, but yes.
Okay. And then I believe in your rebuttal testimony, you state that there is a lack of oxygen downhole, correct?
Oh, yes. That was referring to one of the primary causes of corrosion in steel is oxidation or rust. And that does not exist downhole.
So with that lack of oxygen and using a corrosion inhibitor, why have each of the 4 injection wells on the WMSU lease failed MITs due to tubing and or packer leaks?
So those, I believe, if I'm correct, I think the number, yes, all 4 of those have failed at some point in their history. The most recent failures were packer failures. So those were not actually corrosion casing failures. The packers have rubber elements inside of them that wear out over time, especially when you're putting a lot of water through them. You can cause some erosion. And I referred to, we've been switching from nickel coated to stainless steel coated in order to lengthen the life of those recently. But it takes a long time to see the results or the fruit of that decision. If your old equipment was lasting 5 years and your new equipment might last 10 or longer, you have to wait 10 years after you make that decision to know if it was the right one. But so those were packer failures. So not necessarily attributed to corrosion.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Let's see where we are. We're back to commissioner questions. I'll start again with Commissioner Keen. Questions for the witness, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Duffy. Just one, and it's a follow-up to Commissioner French's question to you, which I thought was absolutely excellent. I thought it was very insightful and significant. In this instance, and that has to do with this balancing of risks issue that he posited. In this instance, it strikes me that the balancing of risks, it's not an event, but rather it's a process. And it's a process that has a regulatory component or side to it, and it has a business or economic risk side to it. However, it strikes me that from either of these sides, isn't it true that this balancing of risks is an ongoing endeavor that involves the ongoing monitoring of production and injection and periodic testing? Question mark.
Commissioner Keen, I do agree with that statement that the balancing of risk is maybe mitigated with it's a process. There's not a black and white answer to this.
And my point is that it's over a time continuum, that the monitoring that you are proposing to undertake here, and some of which is prescribed by our regs, is a twofold function. One's a regulatory side, the other's an economic side, because it would be in the interest of the state and the protection of all of these things that we're tending to, correlative rights, prevention of waste, and protection of fresh water, for us to make sure that there is an ongoing process here of monitoring. And I think for obvious reasons, it would have an economic attribute to it in terms of you're gaining the greatest value you can from the use of this well in a dual completion setting.
Yes, sir. I do agree.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Commissioner French, questions of the witness.
Yeah, just in that same vein, I guess suppose that the commission was convinced that that your company was proposing sufficient monitoring and integrity measures to assure integrity in the ongoing operations. But we also are aware that these assets can be bought and sold, can be transferred. What assurance would we have that 20 years from now, that the next operator is going to both have a commitment to the same measures and also the financial wherewithal to continue with those measures? Are you or would the operator be willing to propose additional conditions that would provide that satisfaction?
Thank you, Commissioner French, for that question. I do think it's important that all operators, Merit specifically, maintain a level of trust with the commission, that we would be operating prudently. And so I thank you for insinuating that it's possible that it could be that we would potentially be more prudent than a future operator. However, what we're seeking, a permit, including the regulations associated with that permit, I would not want to seek anything that is required or is requiring that trust for us to be in good standing. I think we should seek a permit that requires reporting or testing at a frequency that ensures, no matter who the operator is, that the correlative rights are protected, that waste is prevented, and that fresh water is prevented. So what I'm seeking today is a permit that would do exactly that 20 years from now, Commissioner French.
Right, thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner French. Good morning, Mr. Lahatsky. I'm on page 3, line 12 of Todd Bryant's testimony. And he's discussing what caused staff to recommend denial of the operator's application. I would like to speak to each of these. First of all, the word continuously becomes into play here, as he says, first, it does not appear that the well is continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals. Okay, could you speak to that directly?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Duffy. That question is, I believe, and this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but a legal argument, and it was brought up by Mr. Marsh in the cross-examination as well. So the way that Mr. Slatter and I have read that is that continuous cement in that sentence is referring to continuous cement across the injection interval and continuous cement across the producing interval. It does not state continuous cement between the two. And so that is a legal argument, and it is not my expertise to make. That is how we have interpreted, and our, the council that we've hired has interpreted that regulation to be.
Okay, to your knowledge, since a lot of these dual applications are in Colorado, is this an issue in Colorado?
I referenced the state Wyoming earlier.
Or maybe it was Wyoming, I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Sure. Yes, in Wyoming, and then additionally in Kansas on an individual completion interval. Most states that I've worked in have adopted, I think this is also true in North Dakota as well. Most states that I've worked in have adopted a rule that 100-foot buffer of cement outside of a perforated interval is considered sufficient to isolate that perforated interval from the rest of the well. So in the case of an individual injection completion, let's say we were just looking at the Morrow formation and we just wanted to inject water in the Morrow formation and there was no active completions or perforations above the Morrow, that UIC application would require that we have cement, that we show that there's cement 100 feet above the Morrow perforations. And that would be considered isolation in most cases. And so we can just stick within Kansas to say that, to make it simpler, because that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay,
And so in this case, we have cement from the Morrow perforations up to the depth, the original top of cement of 3,700 feet. And so that depth is, roughly 4,800 minus 3,700. So it's about 900 feet worth of cement. So that exceeds the standard requirement for an injection interval to say that that injection interval is isolated from the rest of the formations in the wellbore. And I think what this sentence is referring to is that you need to have continuous cement across the injection interval and the producing interval so that the perforations connecting the well to the formation are only connecting the well to the formation. If you did not have continuous cement across those sets of perforations, then the perforations of the well would be connecting you to all of the intervals behind pipe, which are not cemented, or that don't have cement between that interval and the perforation. And so this regulation is just stating that you do have to have continuous cement across the perforations, ensuring that the perforations you're talking about are only connecting the wellbore to the formation in question and not opening you up to a wider connection behind the casing.
thank you for your explanation on that. Mr. Bryant goes on to say is that you're requesting a pressure greater than the fracture gradient for the Morrow formation. Am I not mistaken? Did you, in your testimony, acquiesce to the staff's concern on that?
Yes, I did.
Pressure. Okay. All right. Third, operator has not conducted an MIT of the subject well.
Correct.
Okay. This gets back to the radioactive tracer versus more standard.
I think what this is referring to is before we can inject, and maybe I need to be corrected on this, but before we can inject, we need to prove that we have mechanical integrity of the well.
Right.
Commissioner Keene we talked about this, the cost of this mechanical integrity test to test both above and below the producing perforations, I've stated is about $45,000. We would be very willing to test the mechanical integrity of this well, given design approval of this permit. So if we approve that upon showing mechanical integrity in the well, we would be allowed to inject or construct the well with a dual completion, Merritt is very interested in doing it. Mr. Bryant states in his testimony that we have not done a mechanical integrity test, but then he later states that even if we did, he still might not approve the permit. And so if we get assurance that that is the only thing between us and an approved permit is a mechanical integrity test, then we would go do it.
Okay, so my issue was the $45,000 figure. To me, that was just kind of I don't know whether that's a lot as it relates to all the work that Merritt is wanting to do on this well, or if it's an incidental cost. And so you're saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that it is a large figure and you need some guarantees before that is done. So it really does speak to the risk, the financial risk of shelling out the bucks
Correct.
and not getting a guarantee. So it is consequential, the 45,000.
I do believe
Is that
so.
correct?
Yes, I do believe
Okay.
that's a consequential amount of money that we would not want to spend without an assurance associated with it.
Okay. Fourth, I believe you satisfied this sufficient notice of its application. You have now satisfied that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And fifth, it's the issue of corrosive water from the Topeka Formation. And I believe you've been sharing your thoughts about the corrosive water issue. Do you have anything else you want to add to that?
I do not specifically. I think it's been stated, but I will restate that I think that is the balancing act that we're discussing, that Commissioner French has discussed, is the corrosiveness in really any instance cannot be stated. Nobody here, nobody in the industry can tell you in 4 years it's going to cause a hole. We just don't know. And so that's the balancing act that we're discussing. I would say that's the stickiest of the points Mr. Bryant has brought up.
But we do have a measurement of the corrosiveness of the Topeka Formation, correct?
We do. Yes, ma'am. So as it currently stands, the chemical company SGB Solutions, so I've mentioned, has stated that water is not corrosive.
Okay. All right. Finally, Mr. Bryant says, lastly, granting the application will likely cause waste and does not protect correlative rights. And your reaction to that in a nutshell, and we've been talking about this a little bit already, is?
My primary reaction is that the denial of the application actually causes more waste than the approval, because the denial of the application causes the immediate waste that cannot be gained from using the wellbore productively in the Morrow interval. The waste being referred to that Mr. Bryant says will likely be caused, I think is referring to the future production from the Topeka/Wabaunsee perforations, which we originally stated was 47 MCF a day, and upon closer inspection, maybe.
Okay. I want to just speak to your credentials. So congratulations on being at the top of your class, but most of your experience, and I believe your experience with this dual injection, has been in another state, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you are the technical person assigned to this well and this issue, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe your expertise with these wells in another state can transform into the geology, the geography, the makeup of the well in this state, and that your experience for the last 10 years with these sorts of wells is really transferable, and your knowledge is transferable?
Yes, ma'am. I do believe that is the case. I could explain that a little bit, or just answer yes if you'd like me to.
Okay. It seems like Merit is hard pressed to get this project accomplished. And therefore, as the risks are weighed, and I think everybody is talking about risks today, Merit must believe there is substantial, and I'm going to use that word, substantial financial benefit to taking on this project. Is that correct in your opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
In the discussion of the future of this well, it appears that Merit has been persistent, and you believe that is due to the Merit's belief that there is a good outcome environmentally for this well as well,
Yes, ma'am.
and that the risks are not against the environmental aspects of this well. Is that correct in your opinion?
Yes, exactly. I believe that the risks are mitigatable.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lahutsky. And I will turn to Mr. Schlatter for any redirect.
Thank you, Chair Jeffy. Just a few questions real quick, more or less kind of clean up clarification items. Mr. Lahutsky, you testified that the water production from the Topeka or the Pearson C2 well, the water production related to the gas is reported monthly, but how frequently is that actually monitored, measured? I mean, does Merit have a pumper out there that checks that?
Yes, Mr. Slatter, I apologize if I was not clear on that. So we have a pumper check the well daily to make sure that the equipment is in good operation. And then I have confirmed with our operations team in the field that that well is pumped to a separate tank, a small tank, and then that tank is gauged weekly. And then that water is transferred, and then the water is transferred over and commingled with the rest of the WMSU water flood. So it is isolated. The water production is isolated and measured on a weekly basis.
Okay, so any changes in the production of water would be identified within a week.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Marsh showed some KGS records showing that this well may have made 36.5 MCF last month, or in January, maybe it was. Does Merit view the well as economic at 36.5 M's a month?
Yes, we absolutely do. Barring any major well bore, integrity issue, we would do any routine maintenance or repairs required to reactivate that well and get it online producing if it went down for some reason.
There was also some speculation that maybe the Gore D recompletion didn't produce gas for a period of time. This well being in the Greenwood gas field, aren't those commonly, I mean, master metered, maybe is the right term, to another well?
Yes, so gas is very commonly unitized at a section level, and even more so than a section level, spottily. And in those instances, that gas production is, when it's unitized, it's only sold in one location. So you have a master meter, and you may have a few wells, up to a dozen would probably be excessive. You probably wouldn't have that many into a single meter, and then their production would be reported combined.
And the Greenwood gas field is indeed prorated and required to be unitized, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And can you think of any reason why someone would operate a well duly completed for production of gas and injection water if it wasn't producing gas, at least for that period of time?
Absolutely not. They would not have run 2 tubing strings, a packer, for no gas production on the backside. That's, I did insinuate that it looked like we were missing some information And that sometimes happens in the public records. Usually it can be found if you dig hard enough. So, a follow-up to this is maybe I'll go figure that out. But I would suspect there's gas production in that 20-year interval.
Okay, and the desire to use this well in the Wilburton Morrow Sand Unit, the WMSU, for EOR, you testified that this would be the first well on sort of the west bank of that formation. And do you expect that there to be substantial oil reserves that may have banked? And can you explain what I'm talking about there, where maybe they weren't intercepted by a producing well?
Absolutely. So this is the art of my profession. So I'm trying to think about how to make this understandable. So a map would be really helpful. Maybe it'd be nice if we had an exhibit map, but
I can actually have a map, I think. It's probably terrible.
Do you have,
From the unit agreement, yes.
it'll help.
Okay, let me pull that up real quick. This is actually public record, so I believe we can offer it. It's recorded with the Morton County Register of Deeds. And just bear with me here. I've got the unit agreement that has a really poorly photocopied plat map showing the different tracks. So let me see here. And as soon as I find it, I'm going to share my screen. It's not good. It's not an ISOPAC map or anything like you'd probably want to show, but let me just show that anyways. All right, you should be seeing this now. Okay, so we've got section 29, 28. This is the 6 square miles you referenced earlier. Not every one of these tracks is included in the unit, but virtually all of them are. One all the way across to, I think, 25 might be the number here. Doesn't have the wellbores on it, but I believe the general path of the channel runs about right down this line. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, you were not kidding. This is not the best map, but we can make it work. So this is the general shape of the unit as we've discussed, and it's about these 6 square miles. The Wilburton Morrow Sand Unit is the Morrow L2, which in the center of this line, so really right along those section lines that Mr. Slatter's mouse is referring to, is about 90 feet thick, this sand is, and then it pinches out to 0 towards the edge of the sections on both the east and the west side. Historically, most of the injection has occurred from the east side to the center of the sand. And the reason for that is structurally, that side is lower than the west side. The structure increases, so there was more oil on the east side originally than there is now. That oil has since been replaced with water, and by and large in part. On the west side, there was 2 historical injectors, the 201W and the 801W, and those were in section 29 and section 32, if I believe, working off the top of my head. The 201W actually was included in Mr. Sullivan's testimony. That wellbore during a cement squeeze job in 2018 was actually lost. We were squeezing cement to try to remediate the wellbore, and that job went awry, and we actually lost that well as an injector. And that well was very productive and beneficial to the unit. We ended up plugging that well because the tubing got cemented in place. The Pearson C2 is located pretty close to where Jonathan's mouse is. And so it's on the west side of the field. And so it would be pushing water towards the center. And that is a direction that historically has not been injected into as much, and currently has no injection. After we lost the 201W, it has none. And so part of what we're trying to do is replace in part some of the benefit we had from the 201W to move water from the west to the center of the pattern. That is, could be a gross simplification of what we're trying to do. But I think it does explain why this well is important to us in a water flood sense.
And just to kind of finish this off here, you're pushing water from the east. And to be clear, the center section line we're talking about is the line between sections 5 and 4, 32 and 33 or 33, and 29 and 28. So we have that section line there is approximately where the producing wells are. Historically, water's been injected to push oil from east to west to be intercepted by these producers, but is it possible or likely that some of that oil was not intercepted such that it's banked on the western edge of the formation, and by producing water into this formation, that oil would then be swept back towards the producer to be produced, well, for purposes of production? Is that kind of the theory?
Yes, that is the working theory that we're going with. It was well put by you.
Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing that horrible map. And there was a question about how productive or what the volume of the recovery of the capital would be. At the risk of disclosing any proprietary information, can you just generally speak to the expected return on capital from implementing or adding this injection well to the WMSU?
Sure. So for economic purposes, in the simplest manner, the way I'm expecting this to show up is that the field is currently producing at about a 2% oil cut. And one way that you can estimate an increase in production from an increase in injection is you just maintain that same producing oil cut and you increase the total amount of barrels being processed through it, and then you multiply it by the 2% oil cut, and that's your expected production gain. So it's very reasonable. This is a simplistic way to do it, but I think it's very reasonable for one to estimate that if we get 1,000 to 1,500 barrels of water a day into the Pearson C2, and that water comes from our water supply well from the Osage primarily, it'll get mixed in. It'll come from the facility, but it will be a net gain of water, that we could expect 20 to 30 barrels of oil a day increase in production from the Wilburton Morrow sand unit. Now, what that does not include is if the saturation of oil is higher between the Pearson C2 and the producers than it is currently between our injectors and producers. So we just described how most of the historical injection has come from the east to the center of the section, and this would be coming from the west to the center of the section. So in addition to the 20 to 30 barrel a day gain that I just described we could expect, to the extent that any oil was banked there, we would see production on top of that. You really start getting into assumptions when I start talking about what that bank size would be. But it could, as much as we could be talking about 50 barrels a day, I think within a very reasonable manner, production increase if we can get 1,000 to 1,500 barrels of water a day. It could be as low as 20. That is the kind of the working estimate range I'm going off of. But that is, generally speaking, my expected production gain from this work.
We're talking about millions of dollars of oil.
Yeah. So, let's do some quick math. You want to do it on a monthly or an annual basis?
Annual.
All right. So 30 barrels a day times 365 times a net, let's call it 60 barrels or $60 per barrel gained. That would be $657,000, what I just calculated per year. That's at 100% gross basis. So before we net out royalty interest owners, we actually don't have any working interest owners in this. So just royalty interest owners. But that would be about $650,000 on an annual basis. Could be, but the production that was at 30 barrels a day, which is kind of the middle range of my estimate. So it could be 20 or 15, something a little bit less than that.
But worth the risk here. But you mentioned earlier that the cost to drill a replacement well is north of that sum. And so the ability to use this wellbore is critical.
Absolutely. So that revenue sum is not net to Merit. I spoke, it was on a gross basis. The royalty interest owners take about 1/8 of a cut here for that. So you could net that down to about $500,000, that would be net to Merit. And the cost to drill a well to a depth of 4,800 feet is around $1 million now. Steel pricing and cement pricing, labor has gone way up in the past 3 years. And so roughly speaking, that's true for most operators, I think, in Kansas. I don't think that's really proprietary. So you're looking at, more than a 2-year payout on this stuff, which sometimes can be economical, but is not the most appealing project from a capital efficiency standpoint.
And the cost to do this particular operation is significantly less than $1 million.
Absolutely. Yes.
I think really the crux of staff's opposition to this is that alleged void in cement at that 3,700 to 3,400 range between the base of, well below the Topeka and the top of, the base of the Lansing, Kansas City. Is there any requirement in Kansas that a well be cemented top to bottom to produce that you're aware of?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Schlatter.
What about an injection well? Do we have to have cement from top to bottom or bottom to top, I guess is a better way of saying it?
The requirements that I'm familiar with is that cement, you do have to demonstrate that cement goes above your injection interval. And, same if you're producing above your producing interval. But usually when you get 100 feet past that, bare pipe is the norm.
And a casing leak from maybe pipe that's exposed, doesn't have cement behind it. Is that uncommon in Kansas?
A casing leak is that uncommon? Sorry, I'm trying to understand the question. A casing leak, they happen. Defining common maybe is, I think Commissioner Keene mentioned that we have over 3,000 active gas wells. They do happen, but by and large, we might encounter a couple a year.
And is there a process to fix those that's relatively turnkey?
Absolutely. Yeah. We cement the perforations or the leak. We test them. We confirm that they're tested. If it's an injection well, then that test would be witnessed by the commission. And then if it passes, it's back to business as usual.
So there's really nothing abnormal about having non-continuous cement or a casing leak on occasion.
Correct.
The last question, I think this kind of gets to this risk balancing issue I have for you, or that we've discussed, is it seems that staff's concern is that water could come up whole, notwithstanding the numerous fail safes in place, that water could come up whole and migrate into the Topeka Formation, effectively rendering production from there not possible. I guess my question to you is, isn't that really just advancing the problem if Merit had to plug that off now to accomplish what it wants to accomplish through injection?
Yes. So I do think, maybe stated another way, the risk that the commission is describing in denying the permit, which is a potential to lose the gas production from the Topeka and the Wabaunsee, would immediately occur if we squeeze those perforations off and only did a standard single injection well into the Morrow.
So the outcome is to cause waste today, except at some point in time into the future that may never actually happen.
Correct.
I think that's all I have for Mr. Lutsky.
Thank you. I will turn to Mr. Marsh.
Chair Duffy, I don't know that I have any other questions. I guess as a clerical thing, I would ask to admit KCC Cross Exhibit 1 and 2 into the formal record, please.
Very good. Any objection?
No objection.
It's so ordered. Thank you. Mr. Lahutsky, you may virtually step down.
Thank you very much.
I will recognize that it is 11:35, but we are going to push on. It appears we may have to have a break for lunch here. It will only be 30 minutes, but we're going to start with staff's witnesses. Mr. Marsh?
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Commission staff would call Kenny Sullivan.
Hello, Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, Chair Duffy.
I'm going to swear you in if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Kenneth Michael Sullivan, but I go by Kenny.
By whom and in what capacity are you employed?
I'm employed by the Conservation Division within the Kansas Corporation Commission. I'm the Dodge City District 1 Professional Geologist Supervisor.
And what is your work address?
210 Suite A, 210 Front View, Suite A, Dodge City, Kansas, 67801.
Are you the same Kenny Sullivan who caused to be pre-filed in this docket testimony consisting of 8 pages and 3 exhibits on February 24th, 2023?
I am.
Was this testimony created by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Now that you are under oath, do you have any corrections to make to your testimony?
I do believe I have one correction I would like to make.
And what is that correction?
On page 5 of my testimony, line 17, I said this large interval would fill up with high chloride formation fluid from the Topeka Formation. I would like to correct that it will fill up from the Topeka and or Morrow Formation.
With that correction in mind, if I asked you the same questions contained in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you swear the answers contained in your pre-filed testimony are true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, staff moves for the admission of Mr. Kenny Sullivan's pre-filed testimony from February 24th, 2023 into the formal record.
Very good. Any objection? Hearing none, it's ordered. Okay, why don't we begin with commissioner questions, and I'll start with Commissioner Keen, please.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Good morning, Kenny.
Good morning, Commissioner Keen.
Well, I have several questions. And I think probably in fairness to the process and in the interest of time, I'm going to go through and ask you, you're going to get the full onslaught of these questions.
Okay.
I may reserve some for Todd, but and to the extent I'm just trying not to repeat the same series of questions to both of you. So if in any of these questions you would prefer that he answered, please just tell me that. First question is, how many dual completion wells of similar construction to the current well that we're looking at here are permitted in District 1? Any idea?
I am not aware of any.
Any in the state?
That would be a better question for Todd.
Okay. Now that took out the next question. In the event this application were granted, with respect to the injection part of this dual completion, would that aspect of this well be subject to 5-year retest?
It should be, yes.
Okay. So, and again, hypothetically, if this were permitted, what special reporting requirements would under the regs would Merit be subjected to?
I believe according to the regulations, Mr. Lehetsky did a good job pointing that out. My recollection is they would have to report their gas to water ratio quarterly for the first year and then annually for the next 5 years. Believe. That sound right?
I can ask that question of Todd as well, if you'd prefer.
Okay.
In your opinion, if permitted, would this well pose a risk to the freshwater resources of Kansas?
It would not likely.
Okay, and why is that?
Because as Mr. Lehetsky stated, it does have surface casing set to 1,457 feet and cemented back to surface. The remedial, according to Merit records, the remedial cement job was from 3,400 up to 700 feet. So there should be sufficient casing and cement protecting the fresh and usable water.
All right. Did they set that much surface casing, Kenny, because it's not an alternate to completion originally? Is that what happened here?
So it is considered an alternate one completion in our district, and the requirements I think are laid out in Mr. Bryant's testimony is that in certain areas it has to be set 20 feet into the Jurassic, and in all locations in Morton County be set 20 feet into the Permian. I think what operators have discovered is that while it's more expensive initially, long-term viability of the wells better when they set their surface casing down to what we call the stone Corellian hydrite, and that goes through a highly corrosive formation called the Cedar Hill sandstone and protects the wellbore from that. So a lot of operators have started setting cement down or casing down to the anhydrite.
Okay. And that Cedar Hill is present in Morton County in this area?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly. I'm going to assume that they're set within right at the stone Corellian hydrite with that 1457. So it's approximately 300 feet above that. So approximately 1,100 feet or so.
Yeah. So assuming a cement job was okay, then it's protected against that Cedar Hill, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to the testimony of Mr. Lehetsky, some of my questions that I asked of him on cross, were you present at the time I asked my questions of him?
I was.
What objection would the state have to setting a retrievable plug above the Topeka and performing basically a casing MIT in that fashion?
No, we wouldn't have an objection to that.
Okay. Let me ask you two more general questions, and then I want to refer to, well, I'll do this. Two general questions first. In response to the publication of notice for this application to date, have any offset operators or landowners or any other persons filed any protests or objections or concerns with the commission regarding this permit application?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Going back to a question that Commissioner French asked, I don't want to deprive him of asking you the same question at all again, but I'm curious myself, if this permit was granted and there are successor operators, won't they be required to periodically report well monitoring and subject the well to the same well testing obligations that Merit will be subjected to?
Would other operators be subjected to the same?
Would subsequent operators not be subjected to the same requirements?
Yes.
In fact, if in some circumstances, they would have to, as an incidence of, as a condition, I guess I could say, of the transfer of injection authority from Merit to that subsequent operator, they might have to perform an MIT to get there, right?
Yeah, that's common within the industry. Before an operator purchases any UIC wells, they'll typically MIT it prior to transfer.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to, I'm debating with myself about whether to ask these questions of you or Todd, frankly. I'm looking at Mr. Lahusky's pre-filed rebuttal testimony, Kenny.
Okay.
In which he addressed a whole host of issues. I think most of the issues, at least from his perspective, that are being contested here. I think I will. I'm going to ask you a general question and save some of the more specific questions I had for Todd. If we could screen share, John, the last page, it's page 8 of Mr. Lahusky's pre-filed rebuttal testimony, please.
Yes, one moment. Actually, a few moments. The KCC's website is telling me an error has occurred. So give me just a few more moments.
Yeah. John, on page 8, that's fine. Right there, John, is perfect. Thank you. Kenny, can you see that?
I can.
I'm focusing specifically on lines 19 through 24. As I read Mr. Lahusky's pre-filed rebuttal testimony, what these lines contain here is a summary of the conditions the operator is proposing the commission adopt in the event we should grant the application. On line 20, it indicates, number 1, that the wellbore passes an MIT as described above. Number 2, cement bond log be conducted and show that there is a continuous cement across the producing and injection intervals and from the top of the Wabaunsee to within the surface casing. And number 3, that the application be amended to request a maximum rate of injection pressure of 1375 PSI for the subject well. He doesn't suggest it here, but I think probably implicit in what's happening here, as I understand it, is that there would also be certain monitoring and reporting requirements to the KCC under some sort of schedule. In any event, taking his suggestions here, assuming an MIT were conducted and successfully passed, assuming that the cement bond log was conducted certainly in accordance with the parameters that were suggested in the cross-examination testimony of Mr. Lahusky this morning. I think the 1375 PSI is something that you've already, at least tentatively, and on that subject, agreed with Merit about. What concerns would you have if those things were satisfied that the application be granted?
So right when they began work over completions, I believe almost immediately that would be when we would see the impact on flooding out of the upper gas zones with fluid. Would it be okay for me to share my screen?
Absolutely. I'm finished with this. Take this down, John, please.
Okay, so what we're looking at here is Merit's current schematic of how the Pearson the subject well is completed. So
Mr. Sullivan, can you identify for the record the number of this exhibit, please?
oh, I'm sorry, this was on, I believe Mr. Lahusky's exhibit M1.
Very good. Yeah, since this is being recorded and that's how we will know what you're referring to. That's why we needed the identification. Thank you.
You're welcome. So as you can see here, this line is the surface casing set to 1457 as previously discussed. And this is representative of the surface casing shoe, the 8 5/8. This line and this line all the way down to these casing shoes is the 5.5 production casing. And then this is the tubing and probably rods and pump that are currently in the well. The operator will need to remove these tubulars and rods and pump out of the well and then go in with a bit, as Mr. Lahusky described, with the mill or power pump and swivel. And right here is what you call a cement retainer that they use to do this remedial cement work up the hole that's been greatly discussed. When you drill on things, I would assume they're going to use water with this, and so they're going to be pumping water. I mean, we can go ahead and pretend this is their drill collars, and there's a bit on here, and they begin milling and or drilling on this well, and as they're doing it, they're pumping water down this, and it's going out the end of the bit and trying to circulate up and bring all those cuttings and everything back to surface. But as Mr. Lahusky testified earlier, these gas zones will not hold fluid well. And what he meant by that is they will take on fluid. So we will begin to, and it's not a lot, I mean, but this is just the beginning. It'll begin to take on water, thief water, as he said, and he also stated that would have a negative impact on gas production. So right now, there's been some argument of how much gas we've been seeing, but either way, 36, 47, whatever it is, it would be negatively impacted. So they get this drilled out, the cement retainer, and then they go on and they drill this cast iron bridge plug out, I believe. And they get all that out, and then they shoot perfs in the Morrow. And I think earlier Mr. Lahusky testified that the bottom hole pressure is around 1100 PSI. They had it well TA'd about a quarter mile from here, and on those CP111 TA applications, operators are required to provide static fluid level. The static fluid level in that well was 800 feet from surface. So if this is 700 feet, the fluid level that the Morrow water was brought up to, 800 feet up here. So if you calculate that out, that calculates to approximately 1,700 pounds of bottom hole pressure. Mr. Lahusky said it's more like 1,100. That's fine. That would just calculate out to bring the fluid level up to 2368 roughly from where they want to perf. So they got these drilled out. They got the well perfed. They don't have a packer in the hole yet. So immediately this Morrow formation under 1,100 pounds is invading this well bore and trying to at least get to 2,400 feet. Well, you see these perforations open from 2897 clear down to 3256. We know, as Mr. Lahusky stated, these gas zones don't hold water well. They take water. There's some, I think through my research found that the Topeka Formation virgin or initial pressure was 300 pounds. I would agree that it's probably decreased due to production. In any event, it's significantly less than the 1,100 pounds from the Morrow Formation. So this water will start coming up hole, and then the Topeka and Wabaunsee will start thieving it. And that will have a negative impact on the gas production, which will be wasteful. I mean, right now, if it's producing 36.5 MCF per day and 3 barrels of water per day, by the time they recomplete this well and get their packer set, get it to this point, how do I get it down to the wellbore provided by Mr. Lahusky's exhibit M2 in his direct testimony. Let me try. That this recompletion will take a few days before we can get to this event or to this design right here. And so let's say they get it back on the pump, they get the Topeka and Wabaunsee, this rod and tubing and pump back in the hole and begin producing. And my estimation, it will not be producing 36.5 MCF per day anymore, and it will be producing significantly more water. And that's before we've gotten the well completed and back on. So it is not a question of if, and we can get into that in a minute, but it's not a question of if a tubing leak were to develop. And as you can see, there's a natural conduit right up here to flood it out again or more. But it is when those plugs are drilled out and that Morrow Formation is reperforated, there will be waste of natural resources. There could potentially be correlative rights issues from any offset operators now or in the future as that floods out those zones.
Are you actually suggesting that this is going to be a permanent waste or something that is of a relatively short duration until the water that was absorbed or taken into the Topeka or the Wabaunsee is pumped back out? Is there a permanent degradation here?
It's hard to tell. I mean, and that's a risk that we would take in permitting this application. Is yes, it could cause permanent damage. I mean, that potential is there.
Well, how else?
Sorry.
No, please. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's just in recompletion work. That's not in actual operation.
I understand that. even if they used a cable tool instead of some kind of a rotary process for drilling out the cement retainer and the cast iron plug and everything else, you still have the same result, wouldn't you?
Correct.
So how can they possibly do any remedial action at all? And a mere tubing job is going to be waste under your definition, wouldn't it be? Because you would you wouldn't be recovering the production from the Topeka during the timing of the tubing job.
Correct.
So I guess that's just, it's the duration, it's the time frame that's important here. I'm not quibbling at all with I'm not quibbling with anything. I'm concerned about your conclusion, and that's what I want to kind of drill down on, no pun intended. But I think that the drilling out process, as you explained it, that makes a lot of sense. Probably use water, try to circulate water and cuttings and all the other debris from the bottom of the hole to the surface. Could be problematic trying to get through 2 sets of perforations en route. I get that they may very well thieve it. That's going to be some economic risks that they're going to incur here without any doubt. But I don't know how in the world they could possibly undertake the whole process without doing that. So the real concern to me is the loss of production to which you make reference. I'm hesitating, frankly, to call that waste at this point, Kenny. But is that loss of production, is that temporary or permanent? Once they hypothetically, if they put the 2 strings of tubing back in, one for injection, one for production, will attempt to recover whatever fluids were absorbed during the recompletion effort or the clean out effort. But I don't know how we can say, I don't know how anybody can say that there's going to be a permanent impairment of production or waste. Your thoughts?
Well, they drew a direct analog to the Gore D2, and I think Mr. Marsh, brought those exhibits up where they showed no production on the Gore D2 during that time. It would be an assumption that maybe they lost production during the workover process, like we're describing here. There's also ACO1s that were filed where I don't know if that's a completion or recompletion or completion or recompletion form is an ACO1.
Okay.
And they are required. One of the boxes on those is, initial production. And they stated they left those blank, the operator that filed those, when they recompleted to the Topeka both times. And then once the well was recompleted in 94, the Gore D2 I'm referring to, I think it was changed to the Crawley A3 and was recompleted as a Chase gas well, not a Topeka or Wabaunsee gas well. It was moved on up the hole into the Chase. So I don't, but I mean, in my opinion, if it's making 36 MCF a day today, and we do something right now, artificially, I guess is how I would say it, by drilling out these plugs and perforating the Morrow and letting it flood out. Maybe it does come back in 3 months, but is it, I mean, did we waste 3 months of production, and maybe it doesn't come back at all. So that's a risk that staff is trying to avoid, because it's not an if, it's a will.
You consider the loss of production for any recompletion operations to constitute waste?
I'll just speak specifically to this well.
How about for this well? Yeah, this well.
And that with this, yes,
Why?
because it's a loss of production.
Well, that's true, but it may not be a permanent cessation of production. As I say, if you did a tubing job, you've taken it out of production, and that's a very routine maintenance chore. So I think you're drawing some really difficult parameters around this thing. What about if we look at, again, the application holistically? I'm going to ask you all these really nasty hypotheticals. You can get that, I think. So let's look at this. Let's look at this thing holistically. And what if the commission does not grant this application, and it's completely subjective to me, the amount, if any, of permanent loss from gas production to the Topeka. I think it's equally subjective. The amount of loss of potential oil production that will be denied, and that could be a form of waste too, could it not? By not being able to pressurize or use enhanced recovery on the Morrow through this well.
To me, maybe this, I mean, I guess you're saying that it's, if we flooded out the gas zones, that we would get that production back. So it stays in the reservoir and we would get it back. I believe the same could be said for that oil production as well.
I'm not following the latter train of thought on the oil production. What are you saying there?
So, I mean, it's been this way for 34 years now. I mean, if we don't do it tomorrow, now it's wasteful. I mean, I guess I don't understand why it's not the past 34 years then.
Well, exactly. Well, I mean, again, I'm not trying to get too theoretical here at all, but who knows what undiscovered reservoirs or what unproduced oil we have so far still resides within the subsurface within Kansas. But the fact that we haven't recovered it doesn't mean that it's waste because we haven't failed to recover it. Nor does it mean, I can't see how it is that if there's no demonstration of the potential permanent damage caused to the Topeka by simply reworking the well, that we can say the time during which it was out of production, say it was 30 days, 45 days, it's out of production for those days. And then if it happens to come back on and they happen to recover the water that was placed into that zone, and it recovers back to something comparable to what the production is now, I can't see how we say that the waste during that interim period was something that was so catastrophic that it should not permit the operation to occur. That's my concern.
Okay. I think there's also the concern that it causes permanent damage. So it is both theorizing that either, it comes back or it doesn't, or it comes back, but not as abundant. But that risk is there. And yeah, just because a well's shut in during a workover operation is not waste during workover operations. No, I believe I misunderstood your earlier question.
Okay. Well, I think you've already testified, I think, to the effect that the risk to fresh water is not a concern in this instance. So I think you have here expressed a concern about waste, although my question really has to do about over what time span are we talking about, and the fact that there are some absolutely unknown factors at play here, no matter what the circumstances. I mean, the Topeka could go down to producing 10 MCF tomorrow for no known reason, could it not?
Correctly, or that's correct.
Probability maybe that it's not, but there's all kinds of risk factors out there. And my concern is that how do we balance these risk factors that we're talking about? We have no complaints from offsetting landowners about any perceived risk they have to correlative rights. We have a workover operation that may or may not enhance the productivity of a unit, that may or may not cause a diminution in the production of the gas from this presently gas-only well. And it strikes me that the environmental risks, I want you to criticize this, please, that the environmental risks are somewhat negligible, but the economic and business risks are rather substantial. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, if you speak environmentally as strictly just impacting fresh and usable groundwater, that risk is very minimal. You know, I don't believe I'm tasked with the concern, I guess, of economics. I do. I mean, I am conscientious of it, but that is not a concern. I think, you know, I think as in my closing in my testimony, I believe we're tasked with the protection of fresh and usable water, which we have established. This likely would not, which this most likely does. We are tasked with the protection of correlative rights, which I believe this would impede. And we are tasked with preventing the cause of waste to natural resources, which I believe this would. And we are also tasked with enforcing the rules and regulations set forth by the commission, which I don't believe, my interpretation of, with my 12 years experience with the commission, is that that regulation 403B, 403B3, I believe, that states there should be a continuous column of cement between a continuous column of cement from the production interval or the injection interval to the producing interval. I believe that was well thought out by whoever wrote the regulations, because of the, moving down to Exhibit C on my shared screen, because of the known dead zone that these dual completed wells would create. And so, I mean, it is important to protect that zone. I believe, you know, we talked about that being the Lansing Formation. It is a prolific oil producer throughout the state. It is not in this area. But topic, sharp and cap underground storage, you know, pulling rare earths from groundwater, everything. So, I mean, I do think it is still crucial to try and protect as much formations as we can, and that's why that rule is, why that regulation was written that way. So, and then, you know, also, if I may, well, you didn't ask me about this.
No, please continue, Kenny. Please continue.
Okay. Sorry to keep moving back and forth, but back up to Exhibit M1. Traditional UIC docketed wells, injection wells, disposal wells are completed kind of like this with a single string of tubing inside the casing. And we've had a lot of talk about corrosion inhibitors and all that good stuff. It's also written in the regulation that with these type of completions, the annulus, this space between the tubing and the production casing, must be filled with corrosion inhibiting fluid. So what they do is they run their packer down on their tubing to the depth they want, and then they pump their corrosion inhibiting fluid from a truck down this annulus and fill this annulus and displace it all the way through the packer and down out into the purse. And then they set the packer. Okay, and then so this is fresh water with corrosion inhibiting fluid in it now on the back side. Okay, so that should prevent corrosion from occurring on the external of the tubing and the internal of the casing. And that's the idea of it. Doesn't always work, but that's the idea of it. Scrolling back down to Exhibit M2, they don't have a way to pump their corrosion inhibiting fluid down. So once they, as we talked before they set this packer, this Morrow water's coming up the hole and out into the purse, or just up the hole. And then so they'll run this packer down to 4818 and set it. Now this annulus is filled with Morrow water. A brine water that I believe Mr. Lahutsky said was 20 times the, maybe he was referring to the Topeka. But anyway, a very high chloride brine water, that is acting on the external of the tubing, the pump, the casing, everything. And then we have this, uncemented interval down here.
Morrow water, I'm just continuing with your explanation, which I thought was pretty good. It's really granular. I appreciate it, Kenny. That Morrow water that's trapped above the packer is going to be pumped off as they resume pumping on the Topeka, is it not?
They'll pump it down to, to their pump. Basically, I think their pump, insert pump. I'm not sure they talk about, well, they say, into tubing. So roughly 3,300 feet is where their pump will be set. The packer will be set at 4818. That's a 1,500 foot difference. The Topeka and Wabaunsee formations will still be feeding the wellbore water. It won't pump it. So to answer your question, no, it won't pump like the annulus dry all the way to the packer.
No, I get that. It won't take care of the entire rat hole below the production tubing, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but then they could use corrosion inhibitor, could they not, to at least mitigate some risk there, because they've got a packer down there to protect. I mean, they have an economic interest in trying to protect that packer because of the value they think that string that is going to be the injection water is going to provide.
Yeah, according to Mr. Lahutsky, they can drop a pellet that'll sink to the bottom or sink to the top of this packer. And I'm probably not one to speak to the efficacy of that, those pellets. I mean, I know when I make Kool-Aid, I pour it in the glass or pour it in the pitcher, a packet of Kool-Aid, and it just sinks to the bottom, but then it just stays there. It's not turning my whole pitcher into Kool-Aid. I got to stir it. And I don't know how, so I don't know if that's a different situation or if it's the same. So, and there would be no way to, I mean, that water will be stagnant, so.
Maybe these chemicals are not Kool-Aid. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
I thought your
Maybe it's more like
explanation.
Alka-Seltzer.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, Kenny. I thought your explanation was very good of the scope of your responsibilities, and I agree. You know, you leave the economic considerations to the operator. You're concerned with the environmental regulations that you're charged with administering and enforcing. I think that's fair. I think just one more question for you, and then I'm going to save the other stuff for Todd. If there is this two-tiered bond log process conducted that Mr. Lahusky has suggested, we can take this away, I think, if you would, in the screen share. If we have that two-tiered bond log process that Mr. Lahusky referred to, and it indicates that there is adequate cement across these intervals that are perforated, and these intervals that are critical. That coupled with the monitoring they're talking about, where if there's an invasion, they're going to know it immediately. You're going to have pumpers that are out there with some frequency. They're going to be able to tell that probably in a day or a week. It would be a relatively short period of time. Is that a fair conclusion?
That they would be able to monitor and provide it quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. To determine if there was basically a concern that you're raising here, that there was actually Morrow from the backside of the pipe, there was Morrow invasion into the Topeka, or even if the Packer was somehow leaking, wouldn't they be able to detect that fairly quickly?
Yeah,
if there was communication.
Yeah, I believe, fairly quickly is relative. I mean, I believe they said they gauge their tank to check water production once a week. So, a week goes by that they have an undetected tubing leak. So they're injecting through their tubing. And then their remedy immediately is to shut the injection line in, according to Mr. Lahusky. So you quit injecting down the tubing. But as we discussed earlier, then that Morrow, once injection stops, the Morrow starts flowing back, and that tubing leak becomes a two-way street. Now it starts going out the tubing, back up the hole, and flooding out the upper gas zones again. So, maybe they just got their production back and that happens again. So, it's an unfortunate situation. I mean, I do think obviously we have our dual completed regulations for a reason. But to me, this design is not adequate.
Okay. Kenny, I appreciate your testimony. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Commissioner French, questions of the witness.
I think I will reserve any questions, if any, until after cross-examination. Thank you.
Very good. At this time, we'll go ahead with cross-examination. Mr. Schlatter.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Kenny, I'd like to, or Mr. Sullivan, sorry, we've talked on the phone enough that I feel like I can call you Kenny. Is that okay?
Kenny is fine with me.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to touch on a couple things you raised just now, and then I'd like to get into just a few questions I do actually have for you here. Hypothetically speaking, if Merritt was proposing to squeeze off the Greenwood zones, the Topeka and the Waubonsie, and just add this well to their injection well permit, provided it passed MIT, would staff have any objection to it?
I would have to, discuss with other staff and look at review that application.
Why? Why can't you answer that question?
Well, I'm not the permitting department, if you will. I'm the district supervisor. So that application would be filed and go to our UIC department in Wichita.
Can you think of any reason why it would be denied?
No, I mean, nothing was denied when the Morrow was plugged off 34 years ago.
So if the well, in that scenario, then the Topeka and the Waubonsee is lost forever, right? Or at least for an extended period of time. Correct? If it's plugged off.
Yeah, I mean, it's no longer producing. You know,
And one of your concerns is that this water is going to infiltrate the Topeka Waubonsee during this workover operation. So from staff's point of view, what is different in that scenario, at least in the near term?
I think I touched on it and I'm having a hard time coming up with a better word than, you know, we would artificially impact it by flooding it out. That has a negative impact. As Mr. Commissioner Keene stated earlier, there's a ton of reserves out there we don't know about. And just because we haven't drilled the well yet doesn't mean those reserves go away.
But under this scenario, we're not able to flood the Morrow if you deny the application. It's one or the other. It can't be, it's not both, right? Under the premise of this application, either the Morrow gets based on staff's objections, either the Morrow doesn't get flooded or the Topeka Waubonsee gets flooded off. It's one or the other, correct?
No, I mean, there are other options.
What are those? To produce to simultaneously produce these reserves, what other options are there than dual completion?
Single completion with another well bore.
Which we've already established is not economic.
Okay, and I think I mean, I established that's not my concern.
Well, waste is your concern, both economic and physical waste, is it not? Do you have any reason?
Waste of natural resources, I'm not sure. I'm not aware that you know, financial waste is a concern. Personally, it is a concern, but
I mean, do you make a habit
I'm
of
sure.
lighting money on fire just for the sake of lighting money on fire?
No, I mean, I believe you said it would be a 2-year pay. I'm not into the economics. I mean, I believe you did state that it would pay out over time. I believe that it was testified that you would net with this $650,000 annually. And it would cost something like $900,000 to drill a well. And that's for just barely over a year, I think. Year and a half payout.
Maybe the better question here is, do you deny that it would be significantly cheaper to dually complete the well than to drill a replacement well? I mean,
Just specifically on drilling and everything. Yes.
now, as soon as this rework operation, recompletion operation, whatever you want to call it, is done, the annulus between the packer above the Morrow and surface would go back on vacuum, right? When they try to put the gas back into production. Correct?
Oh, sorry. I mean, the annulus would go on a vacuum.
Mr. Lahusky testified that the Topeka interval is being produced on a vacuum right now.
Yes, depending on, you know, how much water it thieved and everything during workover. It might come back a little pressurized.
Sure, but once the water is pumped off, it eventually be wherever the top of the water is to surface will be on vacuum at some point, correct?
Yes.
And the pressure in the Topeka is more than vacuum, right?
Yes.
And I think Mr. Lewinsky testified, and I'm wondering if you agree that fluid will migrate towards the lowest pressure.
Yes.
So that gas will push that water back out of the formation where it will then be pumped back to surface, correct?
Eventually, maybe. I can't answer that with 100% certainty either way. I mean, how long does the workover operation take?
Well, Kenny, I'm not the one.
I'm
I get
sorry.
asked the question.
Darn it. That was a good one, though.
Um,
I guess asking myself, how long does the workover take? So how many barrels of water did the Topeka thief? What goes in, maybe must come out. And we're just pumping 2 to 3 barrels a day. So that's going to be, if it does come back, it's going to be a significant time. I mean, before you pump all that water back, I think it's permitted for, or wanting to be, the current docket, the 12,571 docket is permitted for 2,500 barrels a day.
So the water the natural pressure, the reservoir pressure of the Greenwood gas zone will push any water that's thieved back out of the hole eventually, correct? Most likely.
With the help of the artificial pump.
So that gas isn't really wasted. It's just the timing of when it's recovered, right? The gas isn't evaporating when it goes back, when it's trapped in the reservoir. It just stays there until the water's pumped off, correct?
It can permanently damage the formation to where, I mean, are you asking me, does it go back to whatever today's production is? Or are you asking me,
I'm asking,
it just starts making some gas again?
the gas has been trapped in the reservoir ostensibly for 100 million years. It's not going back to the Anadarko Basin in Oklahoma, is it? It's going to be in that reservoir, and when the water is pumped off, most likely, barring some unforeseen circumstances, but most likely, if all things go well, that once the water is pushed back out and pumped off, the gas is still there. We haven't lost any gas production. It remains in the ground in that formation. Correct?
I mean, are you asking me that we will pump 36.5 MCF per day today? And
I didn't ask that question. I asked you if the water shuts off the producing formation, does that mean that the gas in that formation is no longer there?
no, it doesn't mean it's no longer there.
In fact, it's still there.
Yeah, there will still be gas in the formation.
As that gas pushes that water back out, when the pressure differentiates and we go to 0 in the wellbore, that gas will come right back out of the hole, correct?
Gas will come back out, I would assume.
That's all I was trying to establish. We're not talking about physical waste. We're talking about the timing of recovery. You acknowledge that the commission regulations provide for dual completion, correct?
That's correct.
Several of the concerns you had with dual completion, such as having corrosion inhibitor from surface to whatever the base of the packer is. I mean, that could never be possible in a dual completion, correct?
Correct.
So that's not really a concern that's unique to this application, is it?
I believe it is.
Well, let me rephrase. When those regulations were crafted, there was probably an understanding that that type of corrosion inhibitor process wouldn't be taking place, correct?
Probably.
And so that's maybe a reason why we have these additional testing, monitoring, reporting requirements. Would you agree that's likely the case? Those have been put in place there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they found alternate ways to, work with industry and try and, yes.
Kind of the crux, I guess, of staff's position. And well, let me touch on one more point and then I want to get into that. Mr. Lahutsky had attached a water sample to his pre-filed testimony. I believe it was M2. Let me verify that. So I'm a little bit all over the place here. It was trying to do this as efficiently as possible. Yeah, M2. And you reviewed that water sample and you concurred with Mr. Lahutsky's analysis that the Topeka water is not currently corrosive, at least the chemistry of it today.
I believe my understanding is probably that Topeka formation is currently not causing corrosion in that wellbore.
And your real belief or staff's belief that the source of any corrosion would be the buildup or presence of bacteria as a result of biocide, or I'm sorry, result of bacteria. Is that your actual concern?
That water setting stagnant does create an environment for bacterial growth. And
so the source of I guess where I'm getting at is the source of the corrosion isn't actually the formation water, it's the fact that it will sit in the element static.
A combination, yes.
Okay, and then, but we've established that water can be treated with biocide and corrosion inhibitor, correct?
I believe, yeah, I think Mr. Lahutsky did, and you stated that it can't be treated with corrosion inhibiting.
Now I'm talking about the water, the actual stagnant water, not the water that we can't have to surface.
Okay, can you ask me again? I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
The water that, what we're talking about here is corrosive water that is not corrosive because it's what comes out of the formation, but because it may sit static at the bottom of the hole and develop bacteria. It's really that bacteria growth that you believe to be the source of corrosion, correct?
Well, the Topeka is, I mean, throughout our district and in the Morton County, we have a lot of wells in our district, and a lot of wells develop casing leaks, and the Topeka formation is a cause of a lot of those casing leaks. So just through experience within the commission for the past 12 years, the Topeka formation water is corrosive.
Well, I'm going to direct you back to this specific well, which I think we did earlier, where we have a water sample that you agree demonstrates the water is not causing corrosion as it sits.
As the well is completed currently, and the water's being pumped off, it is not causing, I mean, it doesn't have time to cause corrosion.
It's this idea that it would sit static and bacteria would develop that would cause the corrosion.
Just like, yes.
And there's no doubt that Merit can treat that water that sits static with biocide and corrosion inhibitor.
I express my doubts in that, but I will take Mr. Lahutsky's word for it.
Okay. I'm going to pull up the regs here because I believe you said something about the regs saying something that frankly they don't say. I'm talking about 403B3. Bear with me here. I'm going to get that called up here. And this is sort of the crux of what we're talking about today with this cementing idea. Okay, share screen. See if I can do this. I'm becoming very proficient at Zoom as we've done so many of these hearings. Okay, so B3, this is the sentence, sort of where everybody's wanting to talk today, and I'm at KAR 823403B3. Caption of this is conditions for simultaneous injection. Simultaneous injection may be permitted if, in addition to A, which are the regular UIC permitting requirements, all of the following conditions are met, and this is the soup du jour. The injection well is continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals. correct? That's the regulation you were referring to earlier.
Correct.
Does it say anything about the non-producing and non-injecting intervals?
No, it says continuously though.
Across
leaks
the
and-
injection and producing. I'm gonna pull up your schematic with the so-called dead zone in it. I'm gonna look at that schematic with you.
Okay.
Okay, this is going to be, when I get there, your exhibit KS-1. Let me show that to you. Okay, this is exhibit KS-1 attached to your pre-filed testimony. All right, correct me if I'm wrong, the Morrow recompletion down here is the producing interval, correct?
The injection interval.
Sorry, very good. The injection interval, correct?
Correct.
And there is continuous cement across the injection interval.
Correct.
Okay, up here are the producing intervals, the Topeka and the Waubonsie. Base of the Topeka is, looks like it's 3244, 3,244 feet. Top of the Waubonsie, 2,878 feet, 200,872 feet. There is continuous cement across this production interval, correct?
Correct.
This interval here that you've identified as not having cement is from 3,400 feet to 3,754 feet. We don't actually know that there's no cement there. That's just an assumption we're operating, correct?
Yeah, I think myself and Mr. Lahusky agree there's probably not cement through there.
Or if there is, there's not.
Or it's not continuously cemented across the injection and producing zones.
What interval is this? What formations are we talking about here? That the Lansing was mentioned.
Yeah, Lansing and probably mostly comprised of the Lansing.
Maybe some Hebner shale.
Maybe at the very top, yeah.
Is the Lansing producing in this well?
No,
Is it the proposed zone of injection?
no,
Is it productive anywhere in this area?
not that I'm aware of.
And the Hebner shale is actually a confining layer, is it not?
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah, that's a shale.
So it doesn't produce or take water for injection either.
Correct.
And so if something were to go wrong in the Lansing formation, let's say there is a casing leak from the Lansing into this dead water zone, what's most likely to occur?
If just a leak were to develop in the Lansing
Yes.
and the casing in the Lansing.
And that's the concern, is it not? There's no cement behind there allegedly. And so the water pushing from the Lansing could ultimately corrode the casing and cause a leak. That's the real concern, correct?
Correct.
And what would happen in that scenario?
I remember back when this application came about and I reviewed some geophysical logs and the Lansing looked pretty dry. So it's likely to thief some water for a while. I mean, it would have a pretty high, let's see, it's at 3,600, I believe. And our top of purser, so there's like, I don't know, four-ish 100 feet of water on top of it. So it'd have a little hydrostatic head to probably thief some water.
Was it the Lansing
Initially.
formation have natural reservoir pressure?
It would. So it could cause, I mean, if permitted, we will wait and see what happens.
Wouldn't the periodic monitoring identify this leak if it were to occur?
Yeah,
Okay. And even if some water were thieved, no corralled rights or waste could be violated because it's not productive,
not currently.
not anywhere. Around here, at least.
Yeah, I mean, specifically for oil and gas operations.
Correct.
Correct. You're
How
correct.
many wells have been drilled through the Lansing in this area? I mean, just on the Wilbert and Morrow sand, there's got to be 30.
Okay.
Don't you think they would have found oil or gas by now if it was present in the
Yeah.
area?
Yeah, I agree that it's currently not productive.
So there's no risk to corralled rights or any threat of waste if water were to infiltrate the zone in a worst case scenario, correct?
Not in regards to oil and gas.
I just want to briefly touch on actually, no, I don't think I need to talk about that. Well, let me just real quick. You'd mentioned some history with the Wilbert and Morrow sand unit, spills and whatnot. Mr. Lahusky touched on the issues with the packer failures that you identified, but you talked about spills at surface in your testimony.
Correct.
None of those spills have anything to do with the downhole construction of any wellbore in that unit, do they?
Well, I think it more points to the corrosive nature of all the fluid traveling through the system and, you know, the aging infrastructure.
The question I asked you is it doesn't have anything to do with the construction of the wellbore.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it does not.
And the formation you've identified as being corrosive is the Topeka. Correct?
Correct.
Not the Morrow and not the Wabanzi.
Well, of course, I mean, we've been provided data on the Topeka, so.
But at 3 barrels of water a day in a flood that's using 2,000 barrels, that's probably not the source of the corrosion, is it?
On this specific well or the unit?
The unit.
The unit is the Wilburton Morrow sand unit. So something is causing those spills.
And Mr. Lahusky testified it's likely oxygen on surface mixed with rainwater. Do you have any reason to disagree with that as the most probable source?
I mean, I don't see, you know, the lead line leaks and stuff and what the pipe looks like. So I'd have to take his word for it.
Okay. And Merritt, in any event, replacing all of these lead lines with some kind of new line that isn't as corrosive or won't corrode like the old steel gathering lines, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. I'm going to stop sharing. But that's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Schlatter. I'm going to turn back to commissioners for follow-up questions, starting with Commissioner King. Commissioner
No,
King, we cannot hear. All right, try again. Let's see if we hear it.
I don't believe I have any questions. Thank you.
All right, very good. Commissioner French,
Yeah, same here. I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
all right, very good. Just a moment, let me look here.
Chair Duffy, I would have a question if you could indulge me.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah. I think the latter part of my cross-examination with you, Kenny, was focused on these suggestions by Merit as to conditions that would be placed upon any approval of this application if that were to happen. One, of course, was passing that MIT. The other was the bond logging that we've talked about. The third one they suggest is the reduction in their request for minimum injection pressure down to 1375 PSI. And of course, as I think I had added to that list on my own, there is obviously some monitoring and testing that is implicit in the whole approval process were it to happen. And then that was kind of the springboard from which I was asking you, if these things were accomplished, what additional concerns would you have? And I think that's when we went into a discussion of, number one, some of the waste issues I think you were concerned about having to do with recompletion. And I'm trying to remember them. I think the other was the possible cementing across the perforating and injection and production intervals, but not some part of the interval in between. Is that a fair restatement? I'm trying to restate what it is that basically is the nexus of your concern about why the application should not be granted.
Yeah, I believe you covered what we've talked about so far anyway. Yeah.
Okay. And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm not trying to mousetrap you in the slightest. But with respect to the first of those two items, then, if there was if it were, well, I can't ask the question without making it a leading one that's unfair to you. What I'm trying to get to is, if we could possibly reach an agreement that production deferred is not waste, that it isn't necessarily so that there will be no recovery of production should the operations attendant a recompletion effort be undertaken. That's a big if, probably for you. Or if we could agree that through the monitoring, if bond logging showed that these two intervals were adequately protected by cement, and if through monitoring we could determine whether or not there was some degradation of that in the future, to what extent would those mitigate your concerns, if any?
I guess, and I think my initial thoughts were when this application came through was that this specific well was a bad idea because these things could happen. This gas could be flooded out, damage the reservoir, and impact future production, maybe even go as far as flood out and impact offset operators or future offset operators if there's none now, future mineral owners. And I guess I still haven't heard really. I guess I'm drawing a pretty hard line that's not acceptable if that happens. And I've been hearing this so far this morning that it might or likely or unlikely, whatever could happen, but it's okay because it might come back. That production might come back. Just like there's that uncemented interval, it's not continuously cemented, but if we flood it out, that's okay because it's not productive currently. So they're really, when you talk about monitoring, that means you discovered an issue. And I get that there's risk and everything. I understand that. But I think the risk outweighs the reward here. Because that's a known risk that we will impact. We will flood push water into gas bearing zones, which all three of the witnesses have testified that that's a negative thing.
Well, I certainly respect your conclusion. I was asking for an opinion and you've given it to me. I'll just say parenthetically, my concern about that approach in the absolute sense is that I can't see how any recompletion efforts could ever be undertaken and not transcend some of those boundaries that you're setting down. And I don't see how, even though the regulations on their face anticipate, and under circumstances, I guess we're discussing the parameters of which are subject to differences of opinion, but at least our regs make reference to the fact that there can be dual completions in this state. I'm just concerned about how that could ever happen and satisfy some of the strictures that you're proposing here. And I don't mean to any extent by saying that to degrade your exercise of your authority and your judgment in trying to protect the underlying core missions of the commission. I thank you for your testimony, Kenny.
May I add one thing?
Please.
You brought up that, if we take this hard line, we would never be able to permit a duly completed well. I think overwhelmingly, I think our objections are unique to this specific well bore. That we do have a highly charged flood that's been flooded since 1965, I believe it was stated, that will carry a very high fluid level and impact those zones. Overwhelmingly, I think our duly completed wells we have in the state and applications we might still receive are for a shallow gas zone and a deep disposal zone that doesn't carry that much bottom hole pressure to lift that fluid up. It's likely even going to operate on a vacuum. So to say, I definitely don't think I'm taking a hard line on absolutely no dual completed wells ever, because it's very specific to this application, my opinions.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a great addendum to what you said, and I respect your opinion. I'm going to ask you one more question. Thank you, Chair Duffy and Commissioner French and all about everybody else here, your indulgence here. Let me ask one question. It's a follow-up to a question asked of you by Mr. Snyder. Hypothetically, if Merit on this well was to go back in, do a squeeze cementing job on the Wabunsee, hypothetically on the Topeka, and the casing as a result of that could pass an MIT, would that be a potential candidate for injection into the Morrow?
Yeah, I think that's having me draw a comparison to stopping producing the Morrow, or I'm sorry, the Topeka and Wabunsee, kind of like we did the lower Morrow 34 years ago, and equating it to artificially flooding it. I guess I can't, go ahead.
Well, doesn't the company if the company wanted to go out tomorrow morning, if they had the resources, they had the pulling unit and all the equipment available, if they wanted to plug this well for any reason without asking for the state's permission to do so, couldn't they do it?
Yeah. Assuming, they file an application. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Assume they filed the application for plugging and all the rest. Yes, that's what I'm beginning at. So no, I'm not asking you to make a judgment call on waste or anything, correlative rights or anything else. All I'm asking you is that if they successfully squeeze the open perforations that are in the well right now, and chose to make this basically an injection well into the Morrow, and they could pass the MIT. Assuming all other things were correct, there weren't objections to all the other things fell into line. Wouldn't this be susceptible to successful application to inject into the Morrow?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your work here, Kenny, and my questions, I'm trying to kind of turn the rock here a little bit. I don't mean to derogate any of your responsibilities, which I think you quite aptly fulfill. Those are my questions. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair Duffy.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Just real quick, Kenny, how often do you deal with situations like this with merit in your district?
This
Dual application.
this is the first time.
Okay. How many existing wells are set up like this? I mean, you haven't been director for that long, but you've been here. So are there other examples of this in your district?
I am unfamiliar with any EOR, duly completed wells, within my district. I know there's a few SWD duly completed wells in my district, though.
What about in the district north of you? Are you familiar with any of those dual completed wells, if there are any there?
I believe there are some, but I am not familiar with it. So that might be a fair question for Todd.
So would it suffice to say that this is pretty rare? I mean, that you all have had to deal with this?
Yes, within District 1, this is, like I said, this is the first time, likely since 1974 with the gear well.
And you clearly weren't around back in 74.
Wasn't even a thought.
I can believe that. Okay. I think I'll hold balance in my questions for the next witness. That's all I have. So why don't we move to redirect? Do you
Thank
have?
you, Chair Duffy.
Yes.
Kenny, I know one of the things you talked about was once they draw out the cement plug and take out the packer, that water will flow up from the Morrow formation to the Topeka and Wabunsee formations. Correct?
Correct.
Do you know how far out that water could push the gas in those formations?
Just, it depends on the duration of how long that's happening and, how the reservoirs are responding to each other.
Is it possible that it pushes the gas so far out that it never comes back?
Yeah, that's a possibility,
Okay.
in my opinion.
And I know earlier I showed Mr. Lahutsky production records for the Gore D #2, and there were no production records from 74 to 94. Do you think it's possible that the Topeka formation was flooded out in that instance, and that's why there are no records?
Would certainly be what my first question when reviewing those records. And it could be possible.
And then, based on Merritt's proposed completion, how many feet of stagnant water are we looking at compared to feet of uncemented casing.
So the full, if I understand your question correctly, the full column of cement, uncemented casing will be exposed to the stagnant water. Is that what you were asking?
Not quite, but that's
Okay,
also
right.
helpful information. How many feet of uncemented casing are there?
I believe 354.
Okay, so a little over a football field's length.
Yeah.
Okay, and then how many feet of stagnant water will be in the well bore?
Approximately 1,500 feet.
So about 5 football fields.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's possible to effectively treat that much stagnant water?
From, my experience, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding how it would, especially being that it is formation water and not fresh water. I mean, typically the corrosion inhibiting, packer fluid we mix in and use for UIC wells is with fresh water. So I think there's a lot to treat there, and I would be surprised if it could, especially when it just sinks to the bottom and the fluid is stagnant.
And there's still issues that occur even with using fresh water and corrosive inhibitors, correct?
Yeah, I believe, I believe you asked Mr. Lahutsky earlier. He had they have 4 injection wells left on this lease, and every one of them has failed MIT. I think I provided just records of 7 of them, and 4 of the 7, over half, had to replace tubing, which means the tubing failed. The tubing leaked, or developed a hole in it. So there's no oxygen down there. I think that's been well established. There's no, they have corrosion inhibitor on the backside, and they're injecting Morrow water.
Okay. I know Mr. Slatter touched on spills a little bit. How many spills have been on the WMSU lease?
Oh, I believe. So over the past 5 years, according to my testimony, there have been 22 spills reported.
Okay. And I know Mr. Slatter posits that it's a mixture of oxygen and rainwater interacting with the casing. I guess my question is produced fluid more or less corrosive than rainwater?
To be fair, I mean, the environment matters. Obviously rain is very good. Brine, produced water on on land, it's very good. On rain is very good, but produced water is very bad. So, yeah, overall, in all my experience, produced water is highly corrosive.
Has there even been a lot of rainwater over the past 5 years?
Oh, yeah. But I mean, to be fair, I wasn't trying to pick on Merritt and illustrate that that's even an absorbent amount of spills. They do very well getting those spills reported. But it was more to just illustrate the aging infrastructure of the unit. I think we've had about everything out there, from lead lines to stuffing box leaks to tanks. It happens. I mean, it happens to every operator. And sometimes even at surface, those spills are very difficult. Not very difficult, but take time before you come across them, and they're spilling out on surface. I believe, on this water flood, it's taken them, up to 15 hours to discover a spill. And that's, not a fault of their own, but I mean, you were talking about 5-foot ball lengths and all this stuff. I mean, how quickly can we discover something happening a half a mile below our feet? Truly, if it does take, upwards of 15 hours to find something spilling out on the surface.
Well, and how much water can go through that tubing or impact that well bore over the course of a week if they're not measuring or gauging water, but just weekly.
Right. Yeah, and that's the issue is, I mean, if it was leaking for 4 days before they realize, oh no, we're producing more water than we need to be, let's shut the well in, which is required. But per regulation, they have 90 days to repair that. I mean, they are quicker than that. I mean, it is in their, we talked a lot about economic interest to get that well back online as quickly as can. But I mean, I think probably a fair assessment is that it would take 10 days to 2 weeks to get that repaired and back online. And so that's 10 days or 2 weeks again of flooding out our upper gas zones. And I would say, just pointing to the facts, that every injection well they have has had a tubing or packer issue, that it's better likely than not that a tubing or packer issue will develop on this well.
I think the last thing that I'd like to touch on is going back to 82-3-403, which Mr. Slider asked you a few questions about. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I know we're looking and focusing on subsection B3, which says the injection well is continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals. That doesn't say that the injection well is just cemented behind the injection and producing intervals, correct?
Correct.
So, in your opinion, would continuously mean that it expands just beyond the injection and producing intervals?
Yeah. Yes.
Which maybe that's not a fair question to ask, but
No, I believe, I mean, the I can't think of a way I would have written it any different to not mean that the well is continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals. Not, it is continuously cemented across the injection interval, and then continuously cemented across producing intervals. I mean, I think whoever wrote these regulations had the foresight of something like this, and being aware of the savvy that there would be a dead water zone, and protecting. I mean, why not get as much protection as you can? Because maybe they didn't know that it was going to be the non-productive lancing that we were worried about. Maybe they were worried it's going to be the productive Morrow they were looking at, or whatever. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. It ties it. I mean, it ties it together with injection and producing.
and going back to just subsection B, I mean, it says simultaneous injection may be permitted. It doesn't say it must be permitted, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Recross. Mr. Schlatter.
I don't have any recross, Chair Duffy.
All right, very good. Mr. Sullivan, you may virtually step down. I believe that completes our questioning of you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, folks, it's 1:13. I think it's time for lunch. So why don't we take a half-hour break? We'll come back at, we'll just make it 1:45. How's that? And again, if everybody would mute and stop your videos, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, it is 1:45. We are back on the record and I'm seeing almost everybody. Waiting for Commissioner King. There he is. Okay. I believe we've got all the parties back here. All right. Looks like we are ready for the next staff's witness, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Commission staff calls Todd Bryant to the stand.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Bryant. Okay, if you'll raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm that the testimony you give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Todd Bryant.
Mr. Bryant, by whom and in what capacity are you employed?
I'm employed by the Kansas Corporation Commission as the production and UIC supervisor.
And what is your work address?
266 North Main Street, Suite 220, Wichita, Kansas.
Are you the same Todd Bryant who caused to be pre-filed in this docket testimony consisting of 10 pages on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, I am.
Was this testimony created by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Now that you are under oath, do you have any corrections to make to your testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions contained in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you swear that the answers contained in your pre-filed testimony are true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
At this time, staff moves for the admission of Mr. Todd Bryant's pre-filed testimony from February 24th, 2023 into the formal record.
Thank you. Any objection?
No objection.
It is so ordered. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, staff tenders the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Okay, so we will begin with commissioners, and Commissioner King, do you have questions of this witness?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Todd.
Good afternoon.
Were you present this morning during the examination of the two previous witnesses?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I started off asking Kenny Sullivan a number of general questions about dual well completions in Kansas, and he pretty much deferred to you. So I didn't. I'll direct those to you if I might. How many dual well completions of similar construction to the current well, or the well that's before us for consideration here, are permitted within Kansas? Do you know?
Similar to this well bore, none. But in the state, we have roughly 40 duly completed wells. Sorry.
Okay. And are those primarily in District 4?
District 4 actually, relating to EOR, has 11. District 3 has 4. And if we're talking about disposal wells, District 4 has 5 and District 3 has 2.
Okay. So you said that you had none, if I understood your statement, your answer. You had no dual completion wells of similar construction to the well before us today. What is it that distinguishes this construction methodology from the others?
I would say 2 things, mainly the distance between either the top injection point and the bottom injection point, or in some cases, the top production point and the bottom injection point. And then the fact that all of the other wells have continuous cement from below the bottom point of injection to above the top perfs.
On the production.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the first part. The first,
Yeah.
what was embellish that a little bit, will you? The first element that you discussed.
About the production being above it and so forth. Is that what you're speaking to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And why, in your view, that makes a difference?
Well, in all cases, the production is always above the duly completed injection below.
Okay.
A lot of these wells are just duly completed injection wells. So they have a top injection zone and a bottom injection zone. Out of all of these 40 wells, I went through and found that in all cases, I'm sorry. In no case is the dead water zone anything greater than 200 feet. And generally, well, actually, in all cases, all of the perforations, either the top or the bottom, are much closer together than the roughly 1,500 feet that the subject well is requesting.
Okay. Let's delve into that just a little bit. I think you said, I mean, roughly there's about 40 total statewide. Is that what you're saying?
Roughly, yes.
More or less. And how many did you say were in District 3? I'm sorry.
District 3, EOR wells, 4.
4. I'm going to ask you a terribly unfair question, but if you don't know, you say you don't know. Were those all alternate to completions? Do you know?
Honestly, I do not know the answer to that.
Yeah. The only reason I ask that is I believe, is it not generally a general rule here, that there's a greater preponderance of wells drilled and completed in eastern Kansas that are alternate to versus the other districts.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's correct.
And it has to do with depth, does it not? Some practical
Correct.
considerations that are involved where the wells are shallower, and if you don't do alternate 2, you have to put so much surface casing in, you might as well drill 2 wells. So
Exactly. Correct.
saves money to actually do alternate 2 in District 3, whereas the depth of the wells is much different in 2, 4, and 1 districts.
Yes.
To cause a different result. How frequently, you have a statewide view, Kenny's was more restricted to District 1. How frequently are these dual wells completed? Is it an infrequent occurrence?
Yes. In my 10 years of being here, I think we've only permitted 1. And that was
Wow.
last year.
Really? And where was that?
That was in Scott County. So, I don't have that right off the top of my head. Sorry. Where is Scott County here?
Oh, that's okay.
So,
That's okay.
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's no problem. Okay. Do you have any idea of these roughly 40 dual injectors? How many of them on the producing side are oil? How many of them are gas?
I don't have that information in front of me. It is something that I could get and get back to you guys with, but as of right now, I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. I'm just kind of looking to see in terms of parity. Obviously, different areas of the state, you're going to have different demands, different conditions are going to be presented there. Again, in your experience here with these 40-some dual injectors we have, are there any special operational problems that these sorts of wells present versus non-dual completed wells?
Not to my knowledge. I think that's probably a better question for Kenny, unfortunately. Like I'm more on the permitting side versus the field side, but as far as I'm aware, no.
Okay. In the instant matter that's before us here, in your opinion, if permitted, does this well pose a risk to the freshwater resources of the state?
I'm leaning towards no. I mean, in all honesty, probably not. That wouldn't be the major concern here.
Okay. And what factors would lead you to that conclusion?
The fact that the production casing is cemented well into where the surface casing has been set and cemented to. So I mean, And there's plenty of layers of shale that would impede the water moving upward. But yeah,
Not to mention steel and cement.
correct. Yes.
Um, um, So if I understand your earlier response, then you're saying that this well poses risks that are different from other permitted dual completion wells.
Correct.
And you've told us why you believe that's the case. What do you believe are those risks?
I mean, as Kenny kind of stated, I mean, there's obviously a risk to the Topeka Formation being flooded out during operations, or if there was a leak and movement upward in the well, the casing, I suppose. But my greater concern would be the lack of cement behind the casing within the dead zone. Like that I believe would be the bigger of my concerns.
Okay, and why is that? What's at the core of that concern, Todd?
Satisfying the commission's regulations. If there was a casing leak to occur within that dead zone where there was no cement, and fluid was then to escape into the Lansing, it would essentially be outside of the permitted parameters of the injection authority. Essentially, unauthorized injection would be occurring into the Lansing within this operation. So you'd have a producing interval, an EOR below it, and then you'd have essentially a disposal into the Lansing if it was, or if and when it was to leak.
And what do you mean by it was to leak? What's the it?
Oh, I'm sorry, the casing. If the casing was to form a leak within that non-cemented portion of the casing. Sorry, I'm mincing all over my words here, but
Gotcha.
within the dead zone, that area where there's no cement, like if a leak was to occur there and water was to escape, it would essentially be injecting unauthorized into the Lansing.
But the Lansing, that's the Topeka, right?
Let's say that again, sorry.
Is the Lansing the same as the Topeka?
No.
Where am I missing the Lansing on this? I'm looking at the wellbore diagram. What is the?
Oh,
the
no,
Lan-
the Lansing is the formation that sits behind the casing within the dead zone where there's no cement.
Oh, so the Lansing's it's in between the Topeka and the Morrow.
Two. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Then I take it you believe that the various testing techniques that seem to lie ahead in the event that we were to grant this application, as well as the monitoring techniques that the operator is proposing, would not be adequate to detect this. Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe they would be able to detect it. It would be more of a matter of how long it would take for them to detect the leak. The bigger issue here would be satisfying the regulations in order to write the permit.
Okay, and let's hone in on that.
Okay.
Because I think that's a concern parallel to what I thought Mr. Sullivan addressed as well. Tell us about that. Where is it that if this were granted, it would contravene what your understanding is of the regs?
Yeah, and I guess that would go back to our original point here. In 82.3.403, sorry, section B.
Bring that up, John. Yeah, I'm sorry. Pardon me, Tony.
No, you're fine. You want to wait?
Yeah.
Yes, one moment. I can bring it up.
Okay.
Didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I do that to myself. So is that 82403B3? Yeah, I believe this is basically where we kind of have a disagreement. The fact, I mean, that section says that the injection well is continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals. And I mean, through my research of the regulations, at no point in the regulations does the term continuously mean anything other than from point A to point B. Nowhere does it mean continuously from here, skip a spot, and then continue on again. So that's
So
My-
your understanding isn't that continuously means from the top perforation to the bottom perforation. It means from the on either zone. It means from the top perforation on the upper zone to the bottom perforation on the lower zone without interruption along the exterior side of the casing. That's what your meaning is. Is that correct?
that would be correct, as is the same with all of the other duly completed wells in the state. If that makes sense.
John, could you roll that page up just a little bit further? Not that far. A little further up. And then highlight that one more time for me.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Keen, what would you like me to highlight?
I'm absolutely lost now. I want to go back to the one section that Todd was. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Todd's portrait in the lower right hand of my screen was obstructing my reading the entire thing. Thank you. Well, I think I know. I think I get your interpretation of this, and I believe I understand the operator's interpretation. And currently, neither the twain shall meet.
No.
There's a difference of opinion. This appears to be one of the major differences of opinion that I'm seeing here too. I'm trying to read the regulation as I see it, without regard to prior application, because we don't have any prior applications before us here. We have this application before us here, if you follow me. And
Yeah.
even saying that it were the case in the prior applications, I don't know how relevant that would be, because there's a whole lot of other depth of well, different producing. There's a whole lot of other variables that could complicate that.
No, agreed.
All right, let's go back to the Lansing for a minute. Assuming a worst case, a horrible hypothetical that you are trying to anticipate in the event of a hole in the casing through that zone. Is the Lansing a productive interval anywhere within the immediate vicinity of this well?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. For neither oil nor gas,
Correct.
nor where within the boundaries of the unit.
Again, not that I'm aware of, correct.
Okay. Is there any Lansing production? This is probably terrible. Is there any Lansing production you know of in Morton County?
I'm really wishing I would have checked that out, but I'm at this point unaware.
Okay. So I'm getting the drift of your argument. I get your argument. I'm accepting your argument at face value, so I have to ask a question based upon that.
Yeah.
As long as that water that's being injected into the Morrow or from a hole in the Lansing into the casing doesn't reach the Topeka, what difference does it make?
I don't think it reached the Topeka by any. I mean, well, if it was leaking into the Lansing, I don't think it would reach the Topeka. The issue would be our regulations. Then at that point, that would be considered unauthorized injection into a formation that they're not permitted for. Furthermore, it would be considered a disposal now, since there's no production of oil and gas in the area. You'd have a duly completed, well, it'd be duly completed, producing enhanced oil recovery and a disposal, which I'm pretty confident our regulations don't allow.
Okay. I get it. I believe your response, and you help me out here if you think I'm incorrect. I'm trying to follow the argument you're making and that of the operator. I believe it's the commission's contention here, if I understand it, that the top of the cement behind the pipe is 3754 at the lower
That
level.
sounds correct.
And the operator's contention is that that top of the cement behind the pipe is at 2390. I'm not asking you to confirm that, but I believe that's the case, which would create a different scenario than the one you're proposing. It would eliminate the risk behind the casing, that is on the casing that's exposed to the earth, of all these issues you're addressing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the risk of injecting into without authorization into the Lansing, and all those other concerns that you just itemized for me. Isn't that correct?
Can you go over the?
If in fact it were verified that the top of the cement were at 2390 or someplace shallow to that.
So so you're speaking that there wouldn't be a gap in the cement would be continuous. Is that what you're speaking to? Sorry.
Potentially, yes.
If that section behind the pipe was cemented, it would reduce our concerns, but it still would. Sorry.
What else? What are the concerns remain?
The 1,500 foot of, or technically, I think it's 1,300 feet of dead zone, from the bottom of the production tubing to the top of the packer above the Morrow. I mean, that's just a lot of stagnant water sitting in casing. I mean, it seems like that would be a large potential for failure. And
you don't think, is there no way that could be mitigated? Let me give you a hypothetical.
okay.
What if they were to take the production tubing intended for the Topeka before it's ultimately completed by running rods and a pump back in that, okay? Lowered that tubing down to the top of the packer, circulated a corrosion inhibiting fluid that's already been pre-mixed at the surface through that to displace that out from the dead zone volumetrically, and then raise the tubing back to where they wanted it to be, set the tubing in the casing head and produce from that zone. Then with that method of mitigation, alleviate some of your concerns with respect to the dead zone.
So are you saying to drop the producing casing down to and leave it just above the packer? Or
no,
pull it
I'm
back
not
up?
saying you use the production tubing, not the casing.
Yes.
You do producing
I'm sorry. Yes.
to circulate corrosion inhibiting chemical into an area volumetrically that would be the entirety of the dead zone.
I would say
it could be a fresh water mix. It could, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about this stuff, but
yeah, and I don't either. I mean, in theory, it sounds like it would be good, but then I'd have to question this. I mean, the specific gravity of the produced fluids versus the fresh water, if that would replace that at some point downhole in the casing. And then two would be, at no point has anyone spoke to externally coated tubing or packers or anything like that. So I mean, that might be another point.
Okay,
But I'm honestly not familiar enough with corrosion inhibitors to really make an educated.
okay. On just a conventional injection well,
Mhm.
disposal or EOR, and I don't know if you have you been present when a well has been has had corrosion inhibitor from the packer to the top, and the packer's removed? Have you seen that? Have you witnessed that?
I have not.
Okay. So I guess a related question is, if the cement bond logging techniques that have been proffered here by Mr. Lahusky in his testimony, these two different bonding techniques, if they were to at least provide an indication that his thesis that we have cement to 2390 or above were were present, would that allay your concern about cementing exterior to the casing for this purpose, for this application?
For that particular concern, I think, yeah, if we could verify that there was cement continuously from the Morrow to above the Wabunsie, or however you say it, I mean, that concern would be fairly well mitigated.
So I think another concern is going to be, let's say that happens hypothetically. We still have an MIT that has to be performed.
Mhm.
Under those circumstances, would it be adequate? This is no mousetrap. I'm honestly,
Oh, you're fine.
honestly
Yeah.
asking you. I don't know the answer to this question. Would it then be acceptable to basically set a retrievable plug above the Topeka and use that as the method to test the mechanical integrity of the 5.5 casing?
I think that would satisfy the mechanical integrity for above the Topeka. But since this well is 58 years old, it was done or completed in 1965, it still leaves the rest of the casing in question as to if it has any mechanical integrity, and if they're requesting 1,500. Oh, I'm sorry, now it's 1,375 psi. That's a lot of pressure for an old well bore that's been sitting as long as it has. I'd still like to see the rest of it tested as well.
Okay. It appears that this well was originally completed in the Morrow, easy for me to say, the lower Morrow, right?
Yes.
And then there's a cast iron bridge plug just above that. So it's been tested in several zones over the course of time. So even with the bond log and the MIT, what remaining concerns do you have?
I mean, still the construction, but I mean, at that point, I don't know what else. I don't know what else I really have to stand firm on. So,
Well, all right, bear with me tonight.
oh, you're fine. Thank you.
When I reviewed the pre-fob rebuttal testimony of Mr. Lahusky, he pretty methodically went through giving his take on issues that were identified on page 2 of that testimony, and they were 8 in number. I'm not going to repeat them. And it's not necessary, John, for you to put that on the screen. And so I'm trying to narrow down where it is that we still have points of difference, given the fact that they're willing to do the bond law, given the fact that they're willing to do an MIT. There's another, it looks to me that as though you agree now on the acceptable PSI for the well at 1375. Is that right?
Correct.
So I think what I'm going to do here, and I'm going to wrap up my cross-examination of you pretty quickly, I think. I was thinking about going through each one of those, but I don't feel up to it. I don't think there's much benefit to be gained from it because I think I sense where the state's coming from as of now, and I think I sense where the operator's coming from. If we do go, and John, if you could put this up, with my apologies here, go. It's Mr. Lahutsky's rebuttal testimony, page 8, one more time.
Yes, one moment.
Yeah, and once again, Todd, as I did with Kenny, I'm looking at primarily lines 19 through 24, which is the operator's suggested resolution of this matter in terms of conditions were the application to be granted. Are these, in your view, are these conditions adequate to the grant of an application, or should other conditions be added? Or is it possible to add conditions that would allay the concerns you have about the application?
Sorry, I'm trying to think here.
Sure.
I mean, I kind of see these as kind of a minimum. The real issue is the well, the construction of the well. Like it's the only one in the state like this. It has an enormous area of stagnant water. In general, the perforations are much closer together. I mean, well within 1,000 feet on any other operation in the state. And it's not an issue with, excuse me, it's not an issue of a duly completed well. It's just the issue of the construction of the well. And unfortunately, in this case, I mean, there doesn't really seem to be a great solution that would satisfy my concerns of the well construction.
These differences from well to well are more a result of happenstance than anything else, aren't they? It just so happens that other wells have differences in the zones that are susceptible to enhanced recovery versus the proximity of those zones to other producing zones that would give rise to the dual completion. It's more happenstance than anything else. But yeah. I'm not suggesting that you use that as a reason to not have your concerns. Two more questions for me and I'm done. And they're two difficult questions, Todd. They really are, because they bear on two major issues that I think are being contested here. We've taken care of fresh water. I think there's a general consensus that fresh water is going to be protected under virtually all circumstances here. We have other issues having to do with compliance of our regs, a difference of opinion about how we identify continuous cementing. I get that. In this instance, what are the elements and parameters of correlative rights And how does this application or this well design either diminish or protect correlative rights?
Well, you were kidding.
In other words, what effect, pro or con, does this application or the well design affect correlative rights?
I mean, we kind of gone over this with Kenny's testimony and everything. I think the risk of flooding out to Topeka, whether it comes back or not, I think it is one of the major concerns. And then I guess that would probably be the biggest concern. There would just be, I guess, protecting the gas production of the Topeka from flooding out either permanently or temporarily, since no one really has a clear and 100% knowledge of what will happen. I generally tend to think of worst case scenarios, just and hope for the best. But I mean, that's the best I think I can answer that question.
Okay. Yet if the company chose to do so, I'll ask you an analogous question I did to Kenny, pardon me. If the company chose to do so, they could plug this well tomorrow and be done with it without any approval process whatsoever from the state. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And then the related question I was asking, which was an outgrowth, I think, of a question that somewhat perhaps rhetorically, honestly, that Mr. Schneider was asking of, could have been his own witness actually, but the question was, maybe what if the company went in, did squeeze cementing jobs on the open Waubonsee, the open Topeka, and proposed to inject into the Morrow, the Morrow, pardon me, and passed the MIT and provided an adequate bond log. All other things being equal, that would be potentially that would potentially lay the groundwork for an approval process for that EOR well, would it not?
Yeah, it would. It's kind of an unfortunate situation where they've basically, I guess, kind of put themselves in where that they may have to pick or choose one or the other, either to cause waste by plugging the Topeka or to cause waste by not injecting into the Morrow. I mean, there are other well bores like in the area, I think, that could be used to be completed to inject into the Morrow. I mean, obviously at cost, but I think, as Kenny stated, I mean, it's not really up to us to weigh the economic impacts of their decisions. I mean, we're here to enforce our regulations and protect the resources of the state.
Okay. My last question, it's as difficult as the correlative rights one. Well, that question is, in your opinion, how does this application and or well design prevent or cause waste?
I mean, if the construction of this well was different, like if we could mitigate the concerns, I think it would eliminate even the question of waste, because we would be able to complete the well in a way that would satisfy our concerns, and they would be able to do both. In this case, it doesn't appear that necessarily can happen. So I guess it would be up to the operator either to continue to produce the Topeka in this well bore, from our stance, or cease the gas production and inject into the Morrow, or alternatively, 2 well bores in the area. One's 1,500 feet to the west of there with 1,400 feet of surface casing. Recomplete that well into the Morrow and inject into that one and continue their Topeka production. I mean, and I understand that does come at a cost, but as they said, I think what they said, was it gross was 600,000 a year. I mean, that could be mitigated fairly quick, but I don't know if I got off topic there. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Todd, I appreciate your patience with my questions. I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. I turn to Commissioner French. Questions for the witness, please.
Yeah, I have one or two, just very briefly. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
Bryant.
afternoon.
I am also just trying to kind of drill down on the dispute here, and I think you defined it pretty well when you explained what your primary concerns are, and I believe that related to the dead zone against the uncemented portion of the casing, and the future risk that went along with that. Just purely the construction of this well. And if I understood your testimony correctly, you've testified that is it right that there is you have not permitted any other well in the entire state with a dead zone that abuts up against an uncemented casing?
Correct.
And so that's one component about this construction technique that is unique. And then I think you've also testified that it's a very large dead zone, 1,500 feet. I guess in your estimation, is that large?
Compared to any other state, any other, especially EOR duly completed well in the state, yes, the largest dead zone out of any of them is 212 feet.
And the portion that is, I guess, really relevant is the piece that's up against the uncemented casing, and that's 354 feet. Is that right?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And so that's the piece that is primarily concerning to you. And in your view, is that an extra risk factor that's a pretty long distance to be exposed?
I would say, yeah, especially yes, in an area of stagnant water, uncemented casing within that area would pose a greater risk than in most cases. And furthermore, one of like 82-3-403, I mean, the conditions for a simultaneous injection requires the contentious point of continuous cement. So
yeah, and that's where I'm leading to is, and maybe I don't know if you feel comfortable answering this or not, but I'm trying to drill down into your discomfort with this construction method. And I guess the question is, is it truly the fact that you view the mechanics of what we have going on as unacceptable level of risk, even given the fact that we can have some mitigation methods, or is it more the fact that this regulation has never been interpreted to allow, at least in the past, staff has never interpreted, or the commission has never interpreted the regulation to allow this construction technique?
I'm sorry to do this to you. Can you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I guess, and it could be both, but I'm wondering whether there is some discomfort in just the fact that you have never interpreted the regulation to allow this in the past. Is that sort of the primary reason to recommend against this, or is there a more substantive concern that even if it were allowed under the regs, if that was the interpretation, that the mitigation techniques that we've been discussing would not be sufficient.
So one point of clarification, mitigation techniques, meaning detection of leaks.
The ability to
correction.
detect, monitor,
Yeah.
and of course remediate if something, a leak
Yeah.
was detected.
Absolutely.
But yes.
It's kind of a 2-point concern. One, the fact that we're fairly confident that there is no cement in that section behind the casing, and the fact that the well is 58 years old. It's been sitting down there in water that may or may not be corrosive. We also disagree on that. So I mean, it's kind of a compounding concern, I guess, on my stance.
I think I put it this way to Merritt's witness, but is the discomfort also, look, we have regulations for monitoring and regularly testing the integrity of wells, but we generally apply those to wells that we don't have any concerns with the initial construction technique, and so we monitor them, but it's more your position or staff's position that we shouldn't knowingly permit a well that we have issues with the construction technique and then rely on those monitoring regulations to tell us if we have a problem later.
I could agree with that. Yes, I think that permitting something that we're not comfortable with is an issue.
Okay, I don't believe I have anything else. I just really was trying to kind of drill down and define, what the dispute is, and I think I understand it. I think I'm where Commissioner Keene is. That I think I get the point of delineation here. So I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner French. We'll turn now to cross-examination. Mr. Schlatter.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Mr. Bryan, I'm going to jump right in if that's okay with you. We've been on.
Absolutely.
What does risk mean to you? That word risk, I've heard you use it a lot, but I'm not sure I understand what you think it means.
When I say the risk of like failure, so the potential. That's a good question. It's hard to explain. The potential for unforeseen problems to occur, I suppose.
But you've certainly forecasted that these problems will occur, so that doesn't seem to be the right definition. I mean, don't you think that with risk means taking an action with knowledge of what the potential consequences are?
That's fair.
And here, when we're talking about risk, or when you keep talking about risk, you're talking about the idea that there could be a leak in the casing in this one interval. Correct? I mean, that's what you've identified as the risk, but that's really identifying a problem, isn't it? Or a potential problem.
Yes.
I mean, what's the consequence of this risk coming to fruition?
I mean, having a casing leak in, say, the uncemented area would be one.
That's inherent in every single well in Kansas, is it not?
I would agree, yes.
And so,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that it just has to do with the lack of cement behind the casing. In this case,
there's thousands of wells in Kansas that don't have continuous cement behind casing, aren't there?
yes, but I would also say that they probably don't have 1,400 feet of, somewhere between 1,300 and 1,500 feet of stagnant water. in
What
that
about
area.
every well that's been recompleted uphold probably doesn't it?
Yeah, and then I believe they're required to have corrosion inhibiting fluids in place of that, or in that area, sorry.
And it's been established that Merit can indeed put corrosion inhibiting bacteria, whatever, biocide in the well to mitigate against that risk, correct?
In the stagnant water column? Yes,
Yes.
I would agree.
I guess I'm still failing to see the difference.
The difference in what, I'm sorry?
Well, there's thousands of wells in Kansas that have a dead water zone in them that are treated with biocide or corrosion inhibitor. Why is this well different than those?
It's the lack of cement behind the casing within the stagnant water column. That is unlike any other duly completed well in the state, would be my concern.
Sounds to me like it's unlike it because it's the first time it's ever been applied for, not because you've reviewed this and rejected it in the past. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I would agree that this is, well, honestly, let me restate that. I'm not sure if this has ever been applied for in the past. I don't have the knowledge as to other denied duly completed applications that have been submitted and rejected in the past. I only have this one, so you are correct there. But out of all the other wells, including well, I actually stated there was only one duly completed well in the past. There is actually two that I permitted within the last year. But going back to that point, none of those wells have a gap in the cement behind the casing, nor do they have a 14. I'm just to start sticking with a 1,500 foot dead zone.
And the risk of the dead zone is corrosion, which we've established can be treated with regular chemicals, correct?
I'm not familiar enough with the corrosion inhibiting, I don't know if I call it mechanisms, but the methods. I'm not familiar enough with the methods of corrosion inhibiting to make an informed decision or statement on that.
You don't have to. It's been testified to today by two witnesses. I'm just rehashing that territory that we've already covered.
Okay.
That risk can be fully mitigated. But getting back to risk and the consequence of this risk, what is the consequence of this risk you've described that does not yet exist, but maybe could in the future? What is the consequence?
Well, I think we've kind of covered that. I mean, it's essentially the chances of either getting, or excuse me, having a casing leak occur, especially within the area with no cement behind in the dead column, or not, like the fact that the tubing and the packers being used that are going to be sitting in this column there's no external coating on these, so we're just going to let the inside be protected, but the outside be exposed to the elements. Sorry,
I've asked you what's the consequence of this casing leak risk coming to fruition. What is the consequence? That's all I'm asking.
If it leaks behind the casing into the uncemented interval, it would be considered injection outside of the parameters of the permit, unauthorized injection into the lancing. That's all I can think of right now.
I mean, every well that has a casing leak that infiltrates another zone has that concept. It's not unique to this well. What is the actual consequence to the lancing formation from this leak that A, hasn't occurred, B, will be demonstrated isn't occurring when they conduct an MIT? So it's completely speculative that it will ever happen. But if it does, and that's what risk, what is the actual consequence?
I guess I don't have an answer for your question then. Sorry.
Nothing, right? There is no consequence. In fact, Correct? There's no consequence.
I mean, that would be your opinion, yes?
It's the risk of getting hit by a car when crossing a road that's closed.
Was that a
Right.
question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's an analogy. I mean, what are we talking about here? We've been talking about this risk all day, but there's never been a consequence. A risk without a consequence is not a risk. So if there is no consequence, that's all I'm trying to establish here.
And ask questions. No, again, I don't have an answer for that, so.
Okay. Maybe something a little bit more in your wheelhouse. Isn't the Lansing a pretty common zone, disposal zone in District 1?
I believe so, yeah.
So you permit wells to dispose salt water in the Lansing in District 1 regularly?
Correct.
But if this water were to come out of this well in an unauthorized, that's a problem here
Yes.
for no reason other than it may violate a regulation.
Seems like a pretty big one, but yeah. And
Is it
as
really
far as
unauthorized ejection if it's an inadvertent through a casing leak? I mean, have you ever heard of a dump flood?
I mean, I'm just pointing it out. I mean, technically, any water being put into any formation that's not on your permit is unauthorized injection. So
How many violations have you cited for that ever?
me, I don't write violations.
It's recommended.
Recommended. I've been here in this position now for about a year, so none
0
this year.
Okay. Do you think that all of the commission's regulations are drafted under this overarching mission or construct or whatever you want to call it of preventing waste, protecting correlative rights, and preventing pollution of fresh water?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I mean, the commission's regulations are drafted with the aim of 1, preventing pollution of fresh water, 2, preventing waste, and 3, protecting correlative rights.
I would agree. Yes.
The regulation that's been referenced frequently here about the continuous cement across the producing and injecting interval. What would be, are there producing intervals that are above the freshwater table that you're aware of?
In this wellbore
This
or in the
area?
state? Off the top of my head, I honestly couldn't answer that question with full certainty.
It just seems to me that it's unlikely that there's any fresh water above many producing intervals given just basic geology.
I can agree with that.
And so it's likely that this regulation was drafted with knowledge of that. And that being most likely true, and try not to get too speculative here, what would be the point of requiring cement between the producing and injecting interval? I mean, in the context of preventing waste, protecting correlative rights, and protecting fresh water. What would be the intent?
To provide as much protection as possible. I mean, I honestly can't speak to what they were thinking when they were writing these. So,
I mean, they had to have an intent, right?
Mhm.
Because they've employed other testing measures to sort of catch these things that can't be caught because of the construction of the just inherent construction of a duly completed wellbore, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, the reason that the static fluid level has to be measured and the water to gas ratio has to be measured is because you can't have the way a well is duly constructed, that you can't watch these things through regular corrosion inhibitor methods, and I'm bungling that to death, but generally speaking, that's what we're talking about, right? Let me rephrase. Just
yeah, thank you. Sorry.
spoke for the last 30 seconds. mean, it's true that these duly completed wells have these additional testing requirements, specifically monitoring and reporting of static fluid and monitoring and reporting of gas oil ratio in the case of this gas well. I mean, why do you think those testing requirements were put in place?
To catch leaks and have them corrected as quickly as possible while inflicting the least amount of damage.
And that's what, and so if there was a lake, this risk to the casing leak and the lancing, those would catch that, right?
In theory.
And so, and I think this is maybe where Commissioner Prince was going with this, is your objection to the construction of the well, and I'm going to use the term form over substance. Are you more concerned with your interpretation of the regs that it's just not allowed over and above an actual, we've already established that fresh water is not an issue, correlative rights and waste?
And I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? It's
Well, when I say form over substance, I mean, are you interpreting the statute in a way to prevent this application being granted or to oppose the application when it doesn't really operate to protect correlative rights or prevent waste?
here. Well, I guess with the correlative rights and the waste aside, yeah, I would say that my main concern about this application is the term used continuously. And do my research, as I've stated before, like I've gone through the regs, and in every use of the word continuous, continuously, continually, it means nothing other than from point A to point B without break, either whether it be continuous in time or continuous in cement, etc. So,
Okay.
I mean, with that being said, I mean, that's kind of where I stand.
So it's the regulation itself. It's not the actual construction of the wellbore that, it's not the threat of correlative rights. It's not the actual idea of waste. It's your interpretation of the regulation. That's it.
But the main one my main concern would absolutely be the construction of the well and the regulations. The correlative rights are definitely a second to that.
But the
If
regulation,
it were to happen, sorry.
if the regulation said continuously cemented across the injection interval, which nobody denies is the case, and continuously submitted across the production interval, you'd be fine with this.
It's hard to say that without taking as much thought as I have with this regulation as I had now, but I believe, yeah, I believe if it was stated like that, it would probably be within the realm of possibility for me to interpret that way.
When did you come up with this interpretation of from the Morrow to the Wabanzi had to have continuous? When did you first decide that was your interpretation of the regulation?
I would say when I first read it, and then we had our discussion, and then I started second guessing it. So I went through our regulations and did a thorough search of, say, the word continuously, and kind of solidified my thought process and how I interpreted it.
What do you mean when we started discussing it?
Well, we had our discussion in October of last year about this, about what could be done to mitigate this. You guys then submitted the proposed mitigation plan, and then at that point, I believe someone kind of brought up the point of continuous, and that's when I really dove into it deep to make sure. I mean, so that way I could satisfy my own conscience to make sure that I feel as comfortable as I can with my interpretation of it. I butchered that, so I apologize.
No, it's sometime after, because
Yeah.
the reason I asked that question, I'm going to share my screen here. This is
Okay.
what's Exhibit M10. It's not been marked. It was shared with council yesterday. I believe it's part of the record also, but this is your letter denying the application, or initially from October 8th of 2022. It's not been marked M10, but it will be marked M10, Exhibit M10. So you've signed it down at the bottom,
Yes,
dated
sir.
August 8th. And in your letter, you identify essentially 3 reasons why the staff won't support the application. I'm going to kind of just skip to those. The corrosiveness of the Topeka Formation. I've already talked about that quite a bit today and what the water sample shows. No casing protection above the Topeka Formation. I believe that's likewise been resolved. I think perhaps at that point in time, you were unaware of the remedial cementing that had been done.
That's correct. Yeah, the original application came in with no cement. Sorry, 1 second here. Let me see it. Yeah, it showed top of cement at 3754 and no remediation work at that time.
So that issue's been resolved through additional, really, commission records showed that there is indeed cement above that interval.
Correct.
The part that I'm struggling with here is you reference this 401c3, the injection well must be continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals, which I read that as the injection and producing intervals and not any other intervals, but that's, you cite that reg and that's the language we've been talking about. And then you go on to say the top of cement appears to be here, which is what the application said, which is below perforations of the producing Topeka Formation at 3121. So at this point in time, you were only concerned with the actual producing formation as a basis for denial. But then all of a sudden on rebuttal, we're hearing about this sort of new interpretation of the regulation. And I'm wondering where that came. I was just wondering how that happened.
For starters, I'd like to say that regulation, or the regulation quoted that 401c, I believe is incorrect. Should be 403. Anyway, no, like initially when we looked at the regulations, it states that the injection well must be continuously cemented across both portions. And then I guess, sorry, I lost track of what the question was. Sorry.
Well, you limited your concern to the producing formation there, which is consistent with how the regulation reads. But then all of a sudden here on rebuttal, we're hearing about this continuous cement and non-producing and non-injection intervals. And
Well,
I'm
it's
just
labeled
wondering
right there. The injection well must be continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals. It was.
And then the very next sentence says, you reference only the producing Topeka Formation as not being continuously cemented.
Well, actually, I references that having no cement at all.
Correct.
So
I mean, isn't that sort of, it's one or the other, right?
I mean, maybe it's a little bit redundant. I apologize for that, but yeah, it's still the concern.
Well, in August, we're talking about the producing formation as not having cement. And then on rebuttal, we're talking about all of the formations not having cement. And I was wondering when your interpretation of the statute evolved.
Well, sometime after that, when we had our discussion, I started questioning myself as to I guess the term continuously. So I went through, did my research and stand by what I've been saying.
But when I asked you what could possibly be the intent of that from a, waste, corralled rights, fresh water point of view, you couldn't think of one.
Okay.
Correct.
In those 3 terms, I would agree, I guess, yeah.
But maybe that your interpretation of those regulations is not correct and cement is only required across the producing interval and the injecting interval, which would make sense, correct?
I would disagree. I guess that's where all this disagreement comes from.
Well, what's the point of cementing across the intervals where there are holes in the pipe? Deliberate holes in the pipe, perforations. Why do they do that?
To isolate the fluid going into the formation.
Right. And so that's why you would want to have that cement there, correct?
Correct.
But it's not required against intervals that aren't producing or injecting, correct? Anywhere else in the regulations?
I disagree. This is a specific, specific regulation directed specifically towards duly completed wells. So with that being said, all the other wells in the state have met this condition, including the ones I've permitted in the last year. This is the issue with this well for me.
Now, you already testified there are no other similar wells, so this is not the same.
No, what I said was that all of the other wells have cement continuously across the producing and injecting intervals. And this one does not. And yeah, I would agree that there is no other well like this in the state being
This
applied
issue-
for or operated.
Yeah, I mean, this particular interpretation has never applied because it's never presented itself, not because it's not the rule.
I believe that's probably why we're having this hearing.
Right. And I mean, we need to get into intent when something, a statute is ambiguous or regulation is ambiguous, and I don't think it is, but you think it is. We get into intent, and no one's been able to come up with any reason why that would be, why that in regulation should be interpreted that way.
I didn't write the regulations, so I mean, as far as it would go, it would just in all the other cases protect everything in between. This one, it's a lot greater distance.
Is distance
Unfortunately.
required? I mean, the distance between perforations is not addressed in the regulations, is it?
The distance in
You've talked
between.
about the distance between the producing and injection interval being larger than normal. There's no reference
Yeah.
to a minimum or maximum distance, is there, in the regulations?
No,
That's an
not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure there's not.
It's anecdotal, that observation, as there's no regulation that applies.
Okay.
And same thing with the cement behind non-producing intervals. No regulation other than the way you've interpreted this one exists along those lines, does it?
No regulation exists for any other kind of well except for a duly completed well in this case, or
And
excuse me.
the caveat is surface casing, of course. I'm sorry that I think I've gone where I need to go with that. I don't have any more questions for you, Mr. Bryant. I do have
Okay.
some other matters I'd like to discuss. You referenced in your testimony at page 6, lines 5 through 9, that the well would need to pass MIT at 750 pounds.
Correct. Can
I
you
read the-
repeat where that's at again? Sorry.
The lines, or page 6, line 5 through 9, you say 750 pounds. Where is that coming from? The regulation that I read on that is at 407B1 and 4, and it says 300 pounds.
407B1, you said?
407B1 and 4. You say it's 750 and I read 300. I'm just wondering if I'm missing something there.
All right, give me just a second. I'm sorry. Okay, so it says in 82.3.407B1, wells constructed with tubing and packer shall be pressure tested with a packer in place. A fluid pressure of 300 shall be applied. If the operator requests a pressure in excess of 300 PSI on the injection application, a test pressure up to the requested pressure may be requested. So with that being said, what I had done, instead of making the recommendation for testing at 1500 PSI at the time 1,375 now was half of what was requested. So I thought that was fair.
Okay, I was just curious as to that. I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Give me a second, but I don't think I have any other questions here that hasn't already been covered. No, that's all I have for you, Mr. Bryan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schlatter. Let's turn back to commissioners. And Commissioner Keen, has this prompted any additional questions for you?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
All right, and Commissioner French?
No additional questions. Thank
And I believe this helped resolve some of my issues. So we will move to redirect. And Mr. Marsh, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Okay, Todd, I'm during Mr. Schlatter's cross-examination, talked a lot about risk and consequences. Specifically regarding casing leaks, if I remember correctly. If there's a casing leak in the wellbore, I mean, there is the potential consequence that it'll flood out a producing zone, correct?
That could be correct. Yes.
And I know you mentioned unauthorized injection as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And so there would be consequences to maybe the royalty owners or correlative rights or preventing waste in those situations, would it not?
Yeah, I would agree to that.
And didn't, I mean, Kenny testified earlier and you were present for his testimony. As you stated earlier, does Kenny describe, consequences regarding correlative rights and waste when he testified earlier?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay. Flipping over to kind of injection wells. We talked about using or replacing corrosive inhibitive fluid in injection wells. Is that usually done by mixing that fluid with fresh water or with produced water?
Yeah, I believe it's freshwater.
Okay. But in this situation, we'd have produced water instead, correct?
That's correct.
Generally speaking, what's more corrosive, fresh water or produced water?
Produced water.
I know that Mr. Schlatter also brought up the letter that you'd sent to the operator on August 8th, 2022. And if I can, I'd like to share that real quick for a few questions. You do state in that letter that injection well must be continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals, right?
That's correct.
And you also state that cement appeared at that time to be up to 3754 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Where in the well would that be at?
Stand by.
Or would that be between the Topeka and Morrow formations?
Correct. Yeah, it would be roughly 1,500 feet below it.
So when
No,
you say that is below the perforations for the producing Topeka, you're basically affirming that there is not cement continuously between the producing and injection formations, right?
Correct.
I know Mr. Schleier talked about the importance, or maybe in his opinion, well, maybe not go down there, but that road. But is it important to have cement continuously between your producing formation all the way down to your injection formation?
In this case, I would say yes.
I mean, would we want to make sure that fluid is isolated and into going into or from specific formations and not the formations in between those?
Yeah, I would say you want to keep it to the formations intended and nothing in between.
Todd, has the Conservation Division, specifically the UIC department, always been in charge of writing injection permits or authorizing wells for injection?
Since 2002, yes.
Who authorized injection permits prior to 2002?
Prior to that, that would have been the commission.
And what prompted that change?
The commission's, I would say the commission's confidence or in the UIC department to make decisions.
So would the commission have issued an order that reflected that?
No, I would say not if they didn't have the confidence in us to make these decisions.
But did the commission issue an order authorizing staff or giving staff the ability to process injection applications?
Yes, yes, they did.
Okay. Well, I know 823 403 has been one of the regulations that we've discussed in length today, but looking at 403B3, whenever it says simultaneous injection may be permitted, what does may be permitted mean to you?
May would mean it would be at our discretion, given that all of our concerns and requirements have been met.
And do you think that staff was acting within its discretion when it denied the injection application filed by Merit?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Turning to Mr. Schlatter, do you have any recross?
One question. Mr. Bryant, what is an operator's recourse when staff makes a decision it disagrees with?
I'm going to try to answer that question. I think I understand what you're saying. Essentially, either to find a way that would satisfy staff's concern or to choose another direction to go in to accomplish their goals.
What about requesting a hearing on the matter?
Maybe I'm not following. Sorry.
What are we doing here today, Todd?
We're discussing our disagreements with this application.
Mm-hmm. I guess I would like to look at one more thing in your testimony real quick that
All right.
I think highlights this issue and why we're here today. Because I don't think staff is the end all be all on objection permitting. I think the commission is, particularly in the interpretation of its own regulations. But here at the very end of your testimony, it's lines, and I'm going to share a screen here in a second. It's page 10, lines 8 through 15. You essentially state here, and I'm not going to read it into the record. It says, even if operator does, everything that's required of it, cement bond log, show an MIT between the Topeka and the Morrow, and it satisfies, it holds at 750 pounds and meets every other requirement of the regulations. I would still recommend denying this application. what else does Merit have to do but then to go for the commission to seek approval of this application?
That would be the I guess the last, hold on, let me think how to say this. That would be the next appropriate step in the process. And I guess that, I don't know how to say the word, declaratory order that was given by the commission in 2002 states that the UIC department does have the ability to permit, cancel. Let me see here. It gives us the authority to essentially permit wells, issue amendments, and cancel permits for good cause. In the exception of, where is the word? I'm sorry, 1 second. I think the term is except for in contested matters, as we have here. So with that declaratory order in place, I mean, that is exactly what's happened. So that the UIC department and staff has decided that we didn't like the design of this application and we moved to deny it. And now that it's a contested matter, we brought it before the commission for a hearing.
Let's just say that your interpretation of the continuous cementing across the producing, injection, and all the non-producing and non-injecting intervals in between is correct. Couldn't Merit also seek an exception under 100B and we'd be in the same place as we were today?
Okay, 100B.
Yeah, that says the 100B, to paraphrase, says the commission make an exception from any of its rules and regulations.
Well, I believe you'd be correct in that case then.
Maybe had we known that this was an issue, we could have included that in our application. I think the point is that even your own interpretation, there's room to deviate from that, even if that is the commission's interpretation, which I'm not sure that it is. So that was my last question. I think I'm going to stop sharing and we can move on.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bryant, you may virtually step down.
Sure, Duffy.
Thank you very
before
much.
get
Oh,
to
wait,
that,
hold on. Not so fast.
we-
Commissioner
we-
Keith, you have a follow-up.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate your indulgence. It strikes me we have one dead horse. We just haven't beaten enough. So I'm going to beat it one more time. If we could bring up again, let's bring up the reg that we've seen so many times. Let's take another look at that.
One moment.
Yeah, B3 is the one I'm focusing on once again. That's the horse. Okay. The injection well is continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals. I think the thing that really triggers my question to you, Todd, about this is really some questions I've had throughout our discussion today, to be honest. And it was really highlighted by the redirect, actually, of Mr. Marsh. And the way I read this, and you can highlight 3 again if you would, John. Yeah. The injection well is continuously cemented across the injection and producing intervals.
Mhm.
The operative word there is across the injection and producing intervals. It doesn't say it's continuously cemented between the injection and producing intervals. That's not what the regulation says. I'll be very honest with you. This is kind of a case of first impression with me too. Because it says across, it doesn't say across and or between, or it doesn't say between. Given, I think your responses, I believe it was the across from Mr. Schlatter when he was asking why it was, or what it was that we were talking about in terms of the confinement, if you will. We're trying to have confinement. That's how I understood it. That was what you were saying. Confinement and control. That's why we have cementing across these various intervals to provide for that containment. Does that sound like a correct conclusion?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
I'm saying we're concerned about cementing across the injection interval, which to me would be the perforated interval, and the producing interval, which to me would be the perforated interval in the producing zone. We're concerned about that because we want confinement of either produced fluids or injected fluids. And we want to make sure that we have some measure of control over that for a whole variety of reasons, including environmental concerns. Would that be a correct statement?
I believe that would be one way to look at it. Yeah.
Well, no, that wasn't intended to be a trick question.
No, I agree. It just,
Yeah, to me, because all wells are not required to be submitted from bottom to top. And we have injection wells that are permitted that are not cemented from bottom to top, but are cemented across the injection interval, which in the absence of a dual completion would be the perforated interval into which fluids were going to be injected. Wouldn't that be, that would be logical, would it not?
yeah.
What I'm seeing here's what I'm concerned about. When the commission deliberates and tries to determine, in effect, what we're going to do in this particular order and how we're going to interpret this particular regulation, that's something that could have great consequence going forward. It isn't just dancing on the head of a pin here, basically, but it's really trying to determine what's really intended here, what the practical application of whatever is intended here is, and what are the consequences that come about as a result of that. That's my concern. My concern is whatever precedential value this decision is going to have going forward with respect to our interpretation of this particular reg. So I think maybe the concern here is, so which of these words is most significant in this sentence? Is it the word across with an inferential be to be between because of the word and? Or is it that the and means that each one of these intervals have to be submitted across the entire perforated area? That makes sense to you? That's the dilemma we have, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree that this is going to set a precedent, and and as far as it would relate to me, I mean, I think we're all interpreting it different at this point. So I'm not entirely sure the right way. I mean, I still think that continuously across the injection and producing intervals means from the injection all the way across the producing, but
you believe that means vertically. Mr. Schlatter believes that means horizontally.
Yeah. So I mean, again, I think this is where the biggest point of contention comes up in this issue would be the interpretation of this. So
thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Chair Duffy.
thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, not hearing. All right. Mr. Bryant, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're coming to a close here. Speaking of close, we'll entertain closing statements. Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. May it please the commission. KAR 82-3-400 states that an injection well shall be permitted only after the operator has filed an application for injection authority with the Conservation Division in accordance with KAR 82-3-401 and provided notice in accordance with KAR 82-3-402. And the Conservation Division has issued a written permit granting the application. Additionally, KAR 82-3-403B states that simultaneous injection may be permitted if all the requirements are met. Staff does not believe that all these requirements have been met. The specific use of the word may indicates that it is staff's discretion to determine whether a permit should be issued or not. And none of the evidence presented today indicates that staff did not act within that discretion. Additionally, the docket that or order that Todd Bryant referenced, the docket number is 02-CONS-294-CREG. The commission issued a declaratory order where after amendments to the injection well regulations were made in 2002, the amendments were intended to allow the Conservation Division to take all actions with regard to injection wells without a commission order, except for contested matters. Here we do have a contested matter, which is why we are before you today. However, commission staff, including the district supervisor for the district where the well is located and the UIC supervisor who oversees the injection program for the entire state of Kansas, both agree that this application should not be permitted. Staff did not deny this permit simply because it was for a duly completed injection well, but rather staff has very specific reasons for the denial of the application, including the poor construction of the subject well and the corrosive nature of the Topeka and Morrow formations. Further, there were several discrepancies in testimony provided on behalf of the applicant. In the written testimony, they say that there was 47 MCF per day. During cross-examination, it appears that there's much less production than that. The written testimony did not provide any data or information on the increased number of reserves that would be provided by the well. Mr. Lutsky stated that they measure water once a month, and then later stated that it was gauged weekly. I know there are statements made that they would immediately know if there was a spill, but really it seems like it could be up to a week in length of time. The well that they use as a direct analog, the Gore D2, as a preface for this application, has no production records from 1974 when the well was duly completed to 1994 when the well was recompleted in another gas formation, the Chase formation, higher up the well bore. There's probably a lot of different conclusions that can be drawn from that, but one potential possibility is that the well flooded out the Topeka formation, and that's why there was no production there. I believe Mr. Lutsky stated during his testimony that he would not find or expect to find cement from 3,400 feet to 3,742 feet, which also is what staff agrees with. So going back to that 403 discussion, it seems like we're going to have an uncemented interval, and it's going to be up to the commission to decide what to do with it. In that regard, Mr. Lutsky in his testimony stated that staff's interpretation of 403B was incorrect, despite having no regulatory experience himself. One of the proposed methods of using an alternate MIT method using radioactive tracing would not find a casing leak in the uncemented zone that was discussed during Mr. Lutsky's testimony. And then he also stated that all zones behind the production casing will be protected. But as one of the central issues that we've discussed, there's still that 300-foot zone that indicates otherwise. Based on all of this, well, and one other issue that I know has been discussed is waste and whether if cementing off or cutting off the Topeka Formation would be a waste. And I think that past commission decisions indicate that leaving oil and or gas in place is not necessarily a waste. I think as a Lario docket 17 CONS 3516 is a unitization application, CUNI. But I know that that was a side issue in that docket where I believe leaving reserves in place wasn't necessarily considered a waste. But regardless, staff does not believe that the applicant has met its burden of proof to show why the application should be granted. And staff has determined that operator's proposed injection well should not be determined for all the reasons that we discussed above and discussed today and through our pre-file testimony. And we would respectfully ask that the application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Closing statement, Mr. Schlatter.
Thank you, Chair Duffy, and thank you to all the commissioners. It's been a much longer day than I anticipated, and I guess I have the honor of closing it out. One housekeeping item. I had used an exhibit on cross and in a demonstrative during Mr. Lahutsky's examination, that terrible map. I don't think I need to offer that map as a demonstrable unless somebody wants to hang on to it for some reason. I would offer exhibit M10N, I don't think that one needs to be formally offered, and it is part of the record, but to the extent it's not, I'd like to make sure it's made a part of the record.
No objections from staff.
It's so ordered. Thank you.
Okay. So this idea that the end all be all of all UIC determinations is sort of been delegated to staff for the last 20 years. I think that we're missing one thing is it still needs to be, staff's decision still needs to be rational and supportable. And that's where we get these terms arbitrary and capricious from. The evidence today was overwhelming that whatever this risk is of not having cement from this, behind the Lansing, there was virtually no consequence. And indeed, that formation is used as a saltwater trash can throughout District 1. But the benefits far, far outweigh this risk because there really is no risk. There is no risk without a consequence. That's not, one follows the other. And the benefits, as Mr. Lahutsky testified, are an extremely, what he anticipates being a large increase in oil production, the tune of 20 to 50 barrels a day of oil. That is a lot of oil. That is millions of dollars of oil, millions of dollars of royalties over the life of the flood, and a lot of ad valorem taxes. Whatever this risk is, it was also established through evidence today, is completely mitigated by the monitoring and testing requirements that are already included in the regulation, notwithstanding that Merit's offering to go above and beyond the regulation to demonstrate mechanical integrity below the producing interval, to conduct a cement bond log that's not otherwise required, and to continue these monitoring practices. So not only do the benefits outweigh the risk, but the mitigating measures are specifically designed to identify and respond to these risks. The burden of proof here today is, are correlative rights going to be violated and waste prevented? And I don't think that there's any argument that waste would be caused if Merit had to, and the word that I heard, I can't remember, I believe it was Mr. Bryan, was Merit needs to pick and choose. Well, no, it doesn't. The regs provide for and allow dual completion. It shouldn't have to pick and choose between whether it wants to plug off gas and cause waste or not flood the Morrow zone where it believes to be the most prudent and technical place to do it to recover oil reserves. That can be done through this well, and it can be done through the auspice of the regulations. Correlative rights were proven to not even be an issue. If anything, the only person's correlative rights that we violate is if the application is denied, either through the loss of Greenwood gas or through the loss of oil reserves. There was no one suggested that anybody's rights were going to be violation if a saltwater disposal zone took on some saltwater until a leak was fixed. But really, and we'll just get back to this old dead horse. This all gets boiled down to one issue, and that is whether the regs required cement across a non-producing and non-injection interval. The regulations, plain and simple, do not require that. The obvious reason for requiring cement in those intervals was covered. Those are the confining zones that we want to keep the production from going up and down the casing in those zones. We want to keep the injection from going up and down the production casing behind those zones. When asked and pressed on what logical reason there could be to require cement in the non-producing and non-injecting intervals, staff could not think of one. I don't think we have regulations that have no purpose or meaning. All regulations are designed to have purpose and meaning, and they should be interpreted and construed accordingly. I think granted that Merit's satisfied these requirements, it has an obvious financial incentive to make sure it does not lose this well, that this application should be granted with, whatever commission or whatever conditions that have been proposed. That includes conducting an MIT both above and below the producing interval, which is in excess of its own requirements, conducting this cement bond log to demonstrate where the cement is and that there's good bond where it needs to be. Amend the pressure injection or the injection pressure at wellhead to 1375 per staff's request. And then just to follow the other regulatory requirements aimed at mitigating any risk, real or imagined, would be sufficient and a positive outcome for everyone. And even to the extent the commission believes its regulations requires cement in these non-producing and non-injecting intervals, it has the ability to make exception from its own regulations. Again, that's not what the statute says. It doesn't say from the injection interval to above the producing interval. It says cemented across the injection and production interval, and there's a good reason for that. With that being said, I think this application is ripe to be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Schlatter. Okay, before we conclude here, let's see if there's going to be any post-hearing issues, including whether the parties would like to file post-hearing briefs. So, Mr. Marsh, your thoughts on this?
If the commission wants to beat the dead horse some more, then I'm fine with the brief. I know Mr. Schlatter mentioned maybe needing to do one during our pre-hearing conference a while back. So if that's the commission's desire, then staff's happy to do it.
Commissioners, you want to weigh in? Would you like to see post-hearing briefs on this matter and beat this dead horse a little bit further?
I don't know that I would need it. I'm happy to rely on our counsel, but if the parties want to request the opportunity to brief, I think that's fine.
I would agree with Commissioner French. Commissioner Keen?
I concur as well. I leave it up to the parties. Let them, if they wish to submit it, we can have a time parameter that permits it. If they don't, they don't.
Looking at the parties.
John, what do you want to do?
These types of legal issues, it's a legal interpretation issue. It's ripe for briefing. I'm not sure. My only hesitation is I'm not sure there's anything that could be added from the briefing. I think the regulation says what it says. And we dove pretty far into intent. But I'm not opposed. I guess I'm agnostic on it. If you want to do it, let's do it.
I'm naturally inclined to less work, so.
Okay,
I
so
think we're good.
yeah, I'm not seeing a real desire on anybody's part. So we will pass on the post-hearing briefs. I think the horse has been beat to death. Commissioners, any other issues? No, I see no. Commissioner Keen, no. Commissioner French? Great. This concludes our hearing in this docket. At this time, we will close the record and adjourn. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, and be safe, be well. Take care.
Thank you all.
Thank you, YT, for all your help today. Appreciate it.